1-minute warning, folks. Please make your way over to the seats. We're going to get started in just a moment. Very briefly, 1 minute. Good morning, everybody. If we could please take our seats, we're going to settle in and begin in just a moment as our elder makes her way to the stage to give her opening blessing. Thank you all for coming out today. It's a wonderful turnout. We have over 300 delegates here today. Absolutely. Nancy tells me 150 was our stretch goal, so this says something. And over 75% of you are non-chamber members. So you'll get a little taste today about what your Chamber of Commerce can do for you and provide for you. And it's about starting those conversations of how we move forward collectively to take advantage of the economic opportunity we have in Thunder Bay. That's my quick fill as our elder makes her way to the stage. I want to introduce to you Elder Audrey DeRoy, who's going to do an opening blessing for us.
I don't like using these things. Is that good there? All right. Aho bojo. Bojo Nishnawbe. Bojo to everyone. Bojo Gishimanato. Nokamis Mishomis. Nijimi Gwenikindigo, Washkash Nandodem, Anizadakan Nindoji. I just say greetings to Creator. I say greetings to all of you, all the Nishnawbe in the room. Chimigwich to our grandmothers and our grandfathers. My name is Two Feathers, and I'm from the Washkash Nindodem, the Muskrat Dodem. And I'm from a place of poplars, which you probably all know as Lactamalak. My English name is Audrey DeRoy. I'm very busy person, like a lot of you. Every day it's just full. And I give thanks to Creator for this beautiful, I call it a canoe because it gets me around everywhere I need to go. And for our minds, for our bodies, for our spirit, and for all those four things that keep us alive each and every day, the four directions. Wabanung, Shawanung, Ninga Bewanung, and Kiwatanung. Those are the four directions that talk to our four parts of who we are. Our spiritual, our emotional, physical, and intellectual beings. And it also talks to Nebe, to the water. It also talks to the land, Nimama, our mother, the earth. It also talks to Chinodin, our breath of life. We have no word for air in the language, but we do have the words for breath of life in and out, breathing in and out. And also Eshkode, when I look at in the room, I look at all the men in here, and I think of a fire. I think of Nimishomis, the sun. And when I look at all the women in the room, I think of the moon, the night sun, the water. We're the water protectors, the water carriers. So I give thanks today, Creator, for being here, for being with all of you here today. And I have food offerings, one for our ancestors, because we can never forget about them. They've taught us everything that we know, and we continue to share this with our future generations and the ones that are coming. So today, I would like to extend, not to forget, when you're doing business, networking, thinking of creating a new business or starting a new venture, always think about how will this reflect, with the new children that are coming into this world, how will it reflect to the earth? We really need to take care of that, and always be mindful of how it fits our philosophy, our way of life. So I ask you to be kind and gentle to Nimama, to our environment, to our mother, Ahomi, which I'd like to open up with a song. See, that medicine's already helping people heal. Because when you cough, it starts purging your lungs and everything. So I'm going to open up to invite our grandmothers and grandfathers and to give thanks to the Creator of all things, to Gishimanito Ahomigwich. Chimigwich Kishimanto, Chimigwich to all of you. I hope you all have a good day today. Miigwech.
Thank you, Elder Audrey DeRoy, for that blessing for today and well wishes for a constructive day. Next, we've got a little presentation for you.
First Nation. I lived in Thunder Bay most of my life, and I'm an Ojibwe woman, mother of 5 boys, and a grandmother to a granddaughter. I have overcome many challenges in my life, and I want to share with you one of them. I want to share with you the loss of my language. How staying in school was difficult, and the courage to stand here in front of you today. My first day of school in Thunder Bay, I was asked by the teacher to introduce myself. And I said, Cindy Dijnikaz. The kids laughed. I ran out of the room and hid in the cloakroom. My mom is a residential school survivor, and my mom switched schools. She noticed I had a hard time. I didn't want to go back to that school. And that's where I learned English. A shy girl who didn't want to talk. Took me 2 years to learn the language. I remember a student teacher coming to me, sitting beside me, and teaching me English, to read and write. And staying in school was always a challenge for me. In college, I would run away from standing in front of the classroom, even just to say my name. I wanted to quit many times, but I had a neighbor who always told me, every time I ran to her house and said, I want to quit, she would say, you're not quitting, you work too hard already. So I didn't. I didn't because I had 5 little boys who looked up to me. I had many teachers in my life, and my mom was the main one. When she knew I had difficulty staying in that school, she switched schools, and I always remember that. I always remember she knew enough about me to say, okay, switch schools. And I thank her for that. And when the drum called me, and it called me this morning, my heart was thumping, and I wanted to sing. And that's where I remember my language, when I sing with the drum. And I didn't quit school. I just pushed hard. And I stand here in front of you today. I didn't quit, and I have a voice. Miigwech.
By choice. You have a choice on what you do in your life. One of my teachers has said to me, when I was 19 years old, I was homeless in Toronto. As I was sobering up after a week of drinking alcohol, my heart started to hurt very badly. I started looking for help and was in distress. Then slowly, my world started to turn into a pastel bluish world. As I entered this world, I got scared. I thought I was dying, and I thought I was going to get judged. The fear was based on childhood belief that I would be judged by God when I died. Suddenly, my life from birth to 19 years old was shown to me in picture frames. Frame after frame, I was looking at my life like a movie. I saw the life I had lived and the choices I had made. I realized I was so focused on misery, hate, and wanting to get revenge on other human beings and conforming to other people's expectations. I was even scared to die because of not wanting to let go of the negativity, because hate cannot exist in the pastel bluish world. After watching my whole life before my eyes, I realized I was judging myself. A sense of peace came over me. In this world, there was no space or time. It was where any human being is welcomed, regardless of what they've done. Another thought came to me, my family. I didn't want them to be sad that I died cold, homeless, and sick. I said to the Creator, take care of my family. When I finally decided to let go, I said to the Creator, I'm ready to die. I was at peace. Then the pastel bluish world starts drifting away. I found myself sitting in a chair in an unknown building. I took myself to the hospital that night. When I was around my early 20s, I slowly started to revert back to my old ways. I was confused about life. I went to see a traditional healer, and she taught me to show compassion and love to people who hurt me. I was stubborn at the time. I refused to do that. One day in Toronto, I had an experience where I felt violated and felt so hurt by it. I started thinking badly about these two people, but quickly was aware of it and thought something must have happened to them to be the way they are, and that people around the world were having those same feelings. The day after the sweat lodge, we're at the part where we pray for others. I decided to pray for those two people. I gave them love and compassion, the same kind of love you have for your family and your friends. It happened again. I was in the pastel bluish world. This time I saw people who were made of pure light. I was so grateful to meet them and thank them. And then they went on to this bright white light. I came out of Sweat Lodge amazed. As the years went by, I found work up north. It was unpleasant because my coworkers were very abusive to me, and we all lived together at the base camp. One day at work, I couldn't take anymore. I went back to the trailer and cried out. I was so drained physically and emotionally. I prayed and gave compassion and love to my abusers. Out of nowhere, a person of pure light and love appeared to me. This light being sparkled drizzled light on me with their hands. Afterwards, I felt so energized. I gave thanks and the light being left. Afterwards, I quit my job. I had a choice not to put up with abusive behavior, and no one was forcing me to stay at my job at the time. Today, I still stray away from my life on this journey. I'm not perfect. What I learned is that I have a choice, and the choice to live out my own life, and learning from the choices I made. I also learned to think for myself and love myself. Be much.
Thank you, ladies, for your stories this morning. Cindy, Perel, and Alice Wolmash. One more round of applause. Good morning. My name is Joe Moses. I'm chair of the Thunder Bay Chamber of Commerce. I want to welcome you all for coming today as we gather on the traditional lands of the Fort William First Nation. We have a number of dignitaries in attendance today who will introduce and give them a few moments to say a few words. Just to say a few words to start off today. Most of you will know me as a positive guy who looks at things and sees things for the benefit and the opportunities that are out there for the region and for this city. But as I was driving in from my new job with Pick River First Nation, which I'm very proud to say we've got a table and a good delegate from my community back home doing some amazing things. Driving in yesterday, I was thinking to myself, when we launched this event a couple of months ago, the Apex event, and did the media event just days before the Maclean's magazine published an article about Winnipeg being the most racist city in Canada, and the impact that racism has on Aboriginal people in particular. On Tuesday, we saw the results of the years-long inquiry into the residential school systems and the impacts that has had on our country, and the numerous recommendations that have come out of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, Reconciliation Council. Numerous recommendations there about how we can change things and move forward. And you can look at that and you can be discouraged and you can say, what's the point? What could we possibly do to change a system and a relationship that's so broken? And I asked myself that years ago, and the reason I'm here today and what I do is I simply looked at that and said, I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with the way things are with our relationship between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people in this country. And I think many of you today showing up, 300 people, says that you're not okay with the way things are either. But it's not all doom and gloom, and it's not all bleak, and it's not all negativity. There's a lot of good things out there that are happening. And what you'll hear today is examples of the positive things that are happening and moving forward. So you ask yourself, what is reconciliation? I acknowledge, I respect, and hold a lot of weight and respect for the victims of the residential school system. But you ask yourself, what is reconciliation? I think today is a step towards that reconciliation, because we are saying as a collective, we're not okay. We haven't been having the conversations. We haven't been having the dialogue as a business community. And you'll hear that we have abundant resources in our backyard. We're one of the richest areas of the world, geological, energy, forestry, human capital. We're so fortunate to live where we live. So the question is how do we unlock those resources for the benefit of all? You'll hear the stories of many nations, many groups, many partnerships, many individuals about how we can move forward for a different path and set an example for reconciliation when folks come to term with what has happened and they want to move forward and say, how do we partner and prosper together? That's what today's about. And I'll tell you, there's no magic wand, there's no one template, there's no one solution that says this is how you achieve development and growth. Because it's not any different than any other business you've created, any of you in this room. But it's got to start with a conversation, and it's got to start with asking some deep questions and taking a look inward to say, where are we at? How did we get here? What's the current situation? And how do we move forward? So I challenge you to put the thinking caps on, get engaged, ask the questions from the people around the room, and then start the questions with the many partners we have here, and don't let the dialogue stop after today. Keep it going, and let's move forward and grow together and create a positive future. That's where the positivity comes in. Now I'm back to the positive Joe. So thank you all again for coming here. I want to acknowledge a couple of our sponsors. Tbaytel, our presenting sponsor, thank you for being here. FedNor, as well as our supporting sponsors, the Thunder Bay Community Economic Development Commission and the Entrepreneur Center, Vector Construction, Perel, Carfagnini Law Office, Resolute Forest Products, MNP, and at this time I also want to take a moment to acknowledge our elected officials here today with us, Councillors Larry Hebert and Frank Puglia. Thank you for your support, gentlemen, and being here. At this point, I want to introduce a very important partner to the Chamber in making APEX a reality, the Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund. I cannot say enough about the committee that put this event together. It started with the Aboriginal Opportunities Committee, many of which are in the room today, but then we reached out externally to NADF, Brian and his team, Denise, Melodina, a number of others, which I'll be sure to mention at the end of the day, but they really stepped to the plate and helped us put together the event you see today and have the familiar faces in the room. Again, over 300 participants, a stretch goal was 150, and we have 75% non-chamber members. So I think that says something about what we're trying to achieve here. So I wish you all the best. Have a wonderful day, and please welcome my colleague, Brian Davey.
Thank you, Joe, for those kind remarks. The Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund has been here for several years, since 1987. We're always pleased to participate with various entities that are in the business of creating wealth. That's what we do. We are about financing various initiatives that are brought to us by various groups. And it's not all Aboriginal either. It's at least 51% of the company or the applicant has to be the Aboriginal. So we've been very successful over the last few years in increasing that activity with respect to loans. But we also do substantial contracts for governments in the area of capacity building. Some of that stuff I'll touch on at some point later. But for now, I want to keep it short and welcome all of you here to this great event. And we are too surprised at the number of people that showed up. I remember Nancy kept saying, "Oh my God, where's the numbers? Where's the numbers?" Well, here they are. They all showed up. So that's great. So with that, I'll just stop. And on behalf of the board and the staff of the Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund, thank you for coming out and take advantage of the opportunity and ask all the tough questions and learn as much as possible. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Chief Peter Collins of the Fort William First Nation to bring greetings on behalf of them.
Thank you, Joe. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge our elder for opening us up with a Thanksgiving and starting our day in a nice way. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's nice to see you all here. I was in Curve Lake yesterday. I rushed back to get here to be here and be a part of what is transpiring here today. You know, when we look at economic opportunities and look at developments in our communities, I look at our cornerstone of ours and what we did with Resolute in our community. And when Resolute back in 2000 announced that there would be a stud mill built in this region, we were third on the agenda, or third on that list of sites that they were looking at. So what I did, and when we talked to Resolute, how do we get to the top and how do we get to be number one? And we had to start thinking outside the box. And I think as we look at development and look at all the different presentations here, it's all about thinking outside the box. And what we did is we said we'd build them the building. We built them that building. Now they're housed there. This is probably their 12th year now, I think. So it's been an exciting time. It's been, you know, a very rewarding time in our community. So it's been a challenge to get these things. One of the toughest things was to build that partnership with a U.S.-based company, and that was the biggest challenge. You know, that United States-based company didn't understand First Nation, and we didn't understand the United States, their issues and the things that we brought forward, and those things we got over those hurdles. Took us from start to finish a 3-year, from starting a negotiation to groundbreaking. It was a 3-year process, and we got there, but it took us 10 years to get the reserve status done. And those are things that we need to get over, and those hurdles that we need to get through. But I think as we look forward, we need to be partners in everything. I just come from, I sit at the Chiefs Committee on Economics, and we talk about different ways of doing business in this country and different ways of doing things in Ontario. We will be the host of an economic summit in this region, August 26th, with the Premier and many of our different ministers that are going to be at this conference. And you know, it's an exciting time when what we've been doing and trying to develop, thinking outside the box, and we're talking about our trees and talking about the sharing and the resources. And that's the things that this Premier is bringing to the table, at looking at different ways of building our partnerships, building our economies, and building our, you know, our sustainability for our future generations and times to come. And those things always take place, and they're always being a challenge, but it took us over probably about 1.5 years to get the Premier to commit to a date. You know, and that's the biggest challenge. And when we look at the different opportunities, and we talked about all the energy that goes through our communities, we talk about the gas lines that go through our communities, we talk about the mining activities and all the forestry resources. Why aren't we a part of that? We talk about a treaty that is committed to us, giving us sharing those natural resources, and we still haven't seen the benefit of that today. You know, and I think when we think about where we're going tomorrow, we think about the partnership. We can't be 100% owner in anything. We need to be a partner. We want to be a partner. We're open for business. Fort William has 1,100 acres of unoccupied land, industrial land. We have a 9.5 megawatt solar park sitting on some of it. but we still need more development. We need to create a better future for our community. We need to build that economy. You know, as the government changes and the funding changes, we need a sustainable community, and we need to build those, enrich those in our young men and women. You know, I have a young man that just graduated. He's moving on. He's a member of our community, Jay Pelche, sorry, Jay, stand up. I mean, Jay just graduated from University with honors, and he's heading to law school for law and foreign affairs. And, you know, those are the kind of things that we need to entrench in our kids, because without education, we can create all the sustainable future all we want. But, and, you know, as our kids are educating themselves day in and day out, then we need to be a part of that economy. You know, I'd just like to recognize the two young ladies. You know, determination is what brings us to where we are today. And I look at our treaty 150 years ago. We never give up. Even though we never got what was intended to the treaty, we never give up. And you said, both of these young ladies said that here today, don't ever give up. We as First Nation people will never give up. We want to be a part of the economy, and we want to be an answer and a solution to everything that goes on in this province. Miigwech. On behalf of Fort William, welcome everybody. Miigwech.
Thank you, Ed. I'd now like to invite Deputy Grand Chief Les Ludit to come up and bring greetings on behalf of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonjour, Wachem Swe. I'm here on behalf of Grand Chief Harvey Esno of Nishnawbe Aski Nation, as well as the executive and the First Nations 49 First Nations we represent. I don't have my written notes here, so just bear with me while I access remarks that were conveyed by Grand Chief Harvey Esno. My name is Les Ludit. I'm from Fort Albany First Nation, James Bay, and I am ending my second term as Deputy Grand Chief Nishnawbe Aski Nation. That'll be coming up in August. First of all, I would like to acknowledge Fort William First Nation Chief Collins for allowing us to have this meeting on their territories. And we welcome all the partners from across the land, Ontario, and across the nation that are here to participate at this very important meeting. One of the portfolios I hold is economic and resource development, and I'm looking forward to this conference. And I'm very happy that, again, my colleague Brian Davey and Joe Moses have put this together. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the Aboriginal Partnership Exchange hosted by Thunder Bay Chamber of Commerce and Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund. Would also like to welcome Chief Clarence Louie from the Osoyoos Indian Band, as well as the other speakers that are going to be here today, and I believe one of them is Calvin Helin, and I'm not sure if he's here yet. For some time now, Nishnawbe Aski Nation and other Nishnawbe from across Canada have been on a very challenging path to prosperity, limited by many factors, including as we know, very serious cutbacks from our federal and provincial governments. We value all people that are interested in improving the lives of Aboriginal First Nations and Aboriginal groups, because when we have healthy, resilient communities, that will enhance the health and welfare of Canadians in general, as well as prosperity in sharing an economy. It is now time for us to embrace the potential power harnessed by partnerships, equity projects, and new relationships with Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal businesses. Last week at the Certainty for One, Certainty for All conference that Nishnawbe Aski Nation hosted here, right in these rooms here, there was a common theme identified in all of the current projects facing barriers, and that it is a fact that our progress as a nation has been limited by the lack of equities sharing based on our natural resources on our traditional homelands. And we appeal again to our treaty partners, Canada and Ontario, to come together and share with us discussions and negotiations in the future, as well as all the other First Nation groups that are represented here, First Nations and their political organizations. We support your efforts. With open hearts and open eyes, we must remember the value of mentorship and learning as a community, which can be attained by working together and listening to one another. We must remember that once we were all entrepreneurs and we were a thriving nation of people. However, we have much to learn about business structures, successful models of economic development, and through mentorships and partnerships we can begin to work together to build a prosperous nation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Grand Chief Harvey Esno, the NAN Executive, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to welcome you here and hope you enjoy this day, an inspiration and new beginnings. Thank you very much. Miigwech.
Thank you, Deputy Grand Chief. As mentioned, events like this don't happen without the sponsorships of our donors. I'd like to ask Catherine Turner from FedNor to come and say a few remarks.
Good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. I have this honor because unfortunately Minister Rickford is not able to be with us, although I'm sure he would be thrilled to see the turnout for this event, and certainly we'll be letting him know about that. I do have the honor of reading a message from the Honourable Greg Rickford, Canada's Minister of Natural Resources and Minister for the Federal Economic Development Initiative for Northern Ontario, FedNor. On behalf of the Government of Canada and everyone at FedNor, I wish to congratulate Chamber President Charla Robinson, as well as her board and staff, for organizing and hosting the Aboriginal Partnership Exchange that is drawing together representatives from government, industry, and communities across the region. Our government recognizes that partnerships are crucial to building a strong and sustainable economy. That's why we are proud to have provided financial support for today's event, and in doing so, contribute to creating new opportunities for business development and growth in Northern Ontario for Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal communities alike. I would like to commend all of the community partners who have contributed to making this project a reality, and I extend my best wishes to all of you for a successful conference. Sincerely, Greg Rickford, Canada's Minister of Natural Resources and Minister for FedNor. Thank you, and have a great day.
When you put an event like this together, you need to see if you get weight behind it. And from the get-go, we reached out to Tbaytel, and they were 100% behind us. I'm very happy to have them here today as our presenting sponsor. I'd like to ask Scott Gillis to say some words on behalf of Tbaytel. Please welcome Scott.
First of all, I want to congratulate Joe on his new position, and Joe, working with Joe on his vision for this, so hand to Joe for everything you've done. So good morning, my name is Scott Gillis, and I'm the Director of Sales at Tbaytel. Very pleased to be here in the opening ceremonies on behalf of the entire Tbaytel organization, well over 425 employees, not only here in Thunder Bay, but across northwestern Ontario. I want to share how we're pleased to partner with the Chamber and ADF to present this event. We're excited in how significant and meaningful this event really is. It's crucial. We have to look at the trends and where our workforce industry will be going in the near future. And it's us working together that's going to ensure a future not only for us, but for our children. I was fortunate enough, as was mentioned, to be at the media event that was held in January to announce the APEC Summit. And I could tell you that there is definitely a lot to look forward to at that time. And the lineup of speakers, the breakout sessions planned for today is really impressive. I have no doubt everyone in this audience will walk away and learn something extremely valuable applied to that member of business. This is an excellent opportunity for the entire business community, both Aboriginal and not, to come together and learn about the challenges and obviously the opportunities exist for future Aboriginal businesses in Thunder Bay. APEX is all about partnerships. And I think partnerships is the key. It's been mentioned a few times today. And that's really where we want to be as partners in the community and partners with you and your businesses. I want to thank you all for coming. And I want to make a little plug as a side to something else I do. A colleague of mine, Wendy Landry, Wendy, if you want to say hello, and I are both members of the now known as the Delico Children's Foundation. We will be as the chair of the Delico Children's Foundation, and what we've heard today, it's all about giving children future and hope. And we're dedicated to that. And we'll be talking to many businesses over the near future about how you can help us give future to those Aboriginal children. So that's a side plug just as my volunteer work, but I want them to know that that's important. So both from a Tbaytel perspective as sponsorship, thank you much. Thank you to our elders, to our chiefs, and to the counselors in the audience, and enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you to Tbaytel. The type of people employed at Tbaytel, community members, and Scott, you're an example of that and the great work that you're doing with Delico and the foundation. Thank you for that. I'd now like to introduce Jason Thompson, moving into our agenda to give our keynote introduction for one of the great speakers we have here, Chief Louie. So please welcome Jason Thompson.
Morning, everyone. Bonjour, welcome. First of all, I just want to say we should acknowledge the great work done by Joe Moses and bringing this program together, as well as the staff of the Thunder Bay Chamber of Commerce and the Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund. A lot of work went into planning this day today, and I'm quite impressed at how it all came together. So if we can give those folks a hand, I'd appreciate it. So as Joe mentioned, my name is Jason Thompson, and I'm very proud to acknowledge that I'm a member of the Red Rock First Nation, as well as the Division Manager for Vector Construction. We are very excited to be a part of the Apex event and hope this is only the first of many. Vector Construction is a family-owned business. The local division here in Thunder Bay was established in 1986, and I'm very excited to say that we're celebrating 50 years in business in 2015. We have 18 offices throughout North America and 27 sales offices in 27 different countries throughout the world, so with approximately 600 people. I'm very pleased to acknowledge that Vector Construction, throughout its 50 years we have been in business, has always understood that in order to have or to be successful, it's about respect. You have to respect the people who are part of your team. These include your staff, all your workforce, as well as your business partners, and to ensure that the project is completed successfully. And in saying that, that is why we are very pleased to be affiliated with this forum. The philosophy of partnership and sharing of information and ideas to support the success of business in Thunder Bay and the region is a benefit to everyone. Having First Nation communities and First Nation entrepreneurs engaged and participating in building a stronger economy in Northern Ontario is vital to ensuring success. And I'm pretty sure that's why we're all here today. We all understand that. It is my pleasure as a person who admires the accomplishments of our next presenter for the leadership skills he has demonstrated and his visionary focus, amongst many other great qualities. I am very pleased to welcome Chief Clarence Louie. Chief Clarence Louie is a Canadian First Nations leader and businessman. Chief Louie has been the chief of Osoyoos, hope I'm presenting that all right, Indian Band in British Columbia's Okanagan for 10 terms, the first beginning in 1985. Louie consulted with Federal Finance Minister Jim Flaherty in 2008 on matters of economic development, is a 2-term chair of the National Aboriginal Economic Development Board, and was chosen by the U.S. Department of State as one of 6 First Nation leaders to review economic development in American Indian communities. In 2004, he received the Order of British Columbia. Chief Louie's constant message is socio-economic development is the foundation for First Nation self-reliance. Our communities need to become business-minded and begin to create their own jobs and revenue sources, not just administer underfunded government programs. Each of our First Nations must take back their inherent and rightful place in the economy of their territory. Native people must change their mindset from spending money to making money. As confirmation of the Osoyoos Indian Band's commitment to business, the band owns and operates 9 businesses on the reserve, including vineyards, retail stores, a construction company, a ready-mix company, a championship golf course, ecotourism businesses, and activities in the forest division. In 2002, the band opened the first Aboriginal winery in North America. The winery is a joint venture with Vincor International. Although economic development is the means to achieving self-sufficiency, Chief and Council continues to emphasize the importance of maintaining the Okanagan language and culture in all aspects of the band's activities, including business. Once again, it is my pleasure to welcome Chief Clarence Louie.
In my language, that means it's a good day today, my relatives. It's good to be back on the traditional lands of the Fort Williams First Nation. Chief Peter, thank you for the introduction. And I know Nancy is going to do her job to keep me on track like most chiefs. Once I get talking, I get talking. I was in Treaty 3 yesterday in Kenora talking about the Osoyoos story and talking about economic development. And I opened up my presentation by saying, First Nations are not stakeholders in their traditional lands. We are rights holders, is reminded by our past national chiefs. I know some business people don't like that, but that's okay. As First Nations people, we have had to struggle to regain our identity, to regain our rightful place in the economies of our traditional territories. The original treaty relationship, and I was in Treaty 3 yesterday. Today, I'm in a treaty area of the Robinson Superior Treaty. A lot of non-native people think those are old things that shouldn't be talked about. That's old times. To Native people, the treaties are the foundation of the relationship of your ancestors and my ancestors. They're not something to be discarded. And so when our elders talk about our treaties, they're talking about the history, the real history of this land, not the colonization version. Canada does not start with the French and the English. We're in Ojibwe territory here, and in this territory, that's where the history starts. It's Ojibwe history in this region. And I'll be talking about, at lunchtime, the Osoyoos story. But this morning I'm going to do a broad overview of what I see has to happen in this country. The term that I'm in right now is chief. After I'm finished this term, I'll be 30 years as a chief of my community. I've been on over 100 Indian reserves in this country and on many, many Indian reservations in the States. I've had a chance to travel to Australia, New Zealand, and in a couple of weeks, I'm going to Germany and France to talk about Aboriginal tourism. The neat thing about the times we're in right now is that in the past decade, there's been more money and more jobs created on First Nations than in the previous 100 plus years. And in the next decade, there's going to be more money and more jobs created on First Nations than ever before. As I left Vancouver, a couple days ago, the Vancouver Sun front page is running a series about First Nation economic development in the province of BC. Last year, once again, at the highest court in this country, a First Nation proved on the basis of the law in this country that Aboriginal title and rights is not something that's old-fashioned. The Chilcotin decision showed industry that if you want to do natural resource development in the province of BC, the first ones you have to meet with are the First Nations. There was a mining company a few years ago that wanted to open up a gold and copper mine in my traditional territory. I had to read about it in the newspaper. I had to hear it on TV that this mining company was meeting with the regional district, was meeting with the province, was meeting with the mayors and councils in the South Okanagan. Then they decided to come and meet with the chief and council of the Osoyoos Indian Band. They wanted us to go to their high-rise office in Vancouver. Yeah, I went there. I brought an advisor with me. And I said, you can meet with these millionaires here. I'm only going to spend 1 minute with them because they insulted the Osoyoos First Nation. So when I walked into their high-rise corporate office, I told them, I had to read about your development, and now you've decided to meet with us. Your project's not going to happen. You can meet with my advisor here. And I left. But a short story. We ended up signing an IBA with that mining company that turned out pretty good. Because after I scared them, I just scared them just a little bit. All of a sudden they had all their corporate guys and their lawyers and their whatever team. Kept on phoning. Kept on knocking on at our door. Chiefs in the room, we live in great times now. Because corporate Canada can't ignore us anymore. We have an impact on the economy of our regions like never before. I looked at the attendance list here. All the major banks have an Aboriginal engagement strategy, hire Aboriginal people. Now all the major corporations are doing likewise. So like it or not, corporate Canada, we're in your boardrooms like never before. And that's awesome. That's the way it should have been. The original treaty relationship was a business relationship. Yet the province and the country and the settlers turned it into a dependency relationship. The chiefs of this country do not want a dependency relationship any longer. We are not wards of the crown. We are not a burden on society. Yet, even in the Thunder Bay region, I heard a chief say to me a few years ago, my community has 90% unemployment. I cannot fathom that. When I was elected chief back in 1984, the first thing I focused on was economic development. And I continue to do that. The two things I love doing as a chief, the first thing I love doing is creating jobs. Because I firmly believe the best social program is a job. I firmly believe that wellness and healing starts with having a job. Most non-native people I see in the conferences, in the boardrooms that I go to, they have never been on welfare. They have never had to suffer the shame of standing in a welfare line to feed their family. I'm sure the same can be said in this room, that the vast majority of non-native people in this room have never had to stand in a welfare line to feed their kids. Yet, on most First Nations in this country, I'm not talking about mine, the vast majority of First Nations in this country have unemployment rates that non-native people would not accept in their communities. It's your job in this region. You should be ashamed if there's a First Nation in your region that has Great Depression unemployment rates. History shows that at the highest point during the Great Depression, unemployment was around 30%. So if that's true, then the simple math tells me there's First Nations in your territory that have been under a Great Depression far beyond the 1930s. And something needs to be done about that. In 2015, there should not be a First Nation in this country with Great Depression unemployment rates. That's somebody's fault. Whose fault is that? It's somebody's fault. So when I get asked to go across the country to share some stories and some experiences, just like the two women did up here, wow, Cindy and Alex, that was awesome. That was so awesome, limlimped in my language, to see you have the courage to stand up here and share your story. I learned something from that because we have a conference coming up in a couple of weeks called Resland, where we're going to have 200 or 300 natives and non-native business people in the room. And what I saw here Cindy and Alex do, I'm going to do the same thing back home. So limlimped in my language for teaching me something here today. Because that's what we need, is stories like that to be told so that the non-native people know that what we're asking for is a fair chance and having the same economic opportunities that you have had in our traditional territories. We want the same standard of living that most non-native people have. That's all we're asking for. I believe it makes no sense to have a poor neighbor. It makes no sense. When we were poor back home, non-native people didn't pay attention to us. They didn't. Only they'd say, oh, those poor Indians, they should get a job. The federal government should do something about those poor Indians. But now that we're not poor anymore, this is what non-native people do to my community back home. This is what the Premier of BC does to the Osoyoos Indian Band back home. and the mayors and councils in regional district, in industry. That's the original treaty relationship. And that's what I want to see happen across this country, where industry and government and First Nations have that business relationship, where there are no Great Depression unemployment rates on any reserve. When I was in Kenora yesterday, I said, whatever the unemployment rate is on the closest city or town to a First Nation, that's what the unemployment rate should be on the reserves. That's equality. And as Joe spoke about, I think, you guys are doing something here. The Chamber of Commerce, and I get a chance to speak to Chambers of Commerce. I love hanging around business people. The second thing I love doing is making money. As First Nations people, we got to start talking about money. Money's not a bad word. The equation stamped in my mind is money equals opportunity. That's the equation stamped in my mind. I don't have a love of money. I have a love of opportunity for my people. I want my people to have opportunity. We just sent a group of kids to Scotland. Cost a lot of skalau. In my language, that's money. Because I want my native kids, when they're this high, to see things and see opportunity and to go places that I never had a chance. It's all going to cost money. But I just found out this morning, Thunder Bay Chamber of Commerce, you have an Indian as a chair, Joe Moses. That is awesome. I've never seen a Chamber of Commerce have a First Nation as their chair. That is progress. I'm going to show this short video, and Andre is going to be nice enough to play it. So we'll play the short video, and then I'll do my closing.
I'm a Nishnawbe from the Ojibways of Enigamik First Nation in Ontario. Welcome to 8 Fire. The name of this series comes from an Aboriginal prophecy that says that now is the time for your people and my people to come together and build a new fire of peace and friendship. But let's face it, one of the biggest issues that stands between us is land. It used to be all ours, and now, not so much. But you know what? I'm not mad. In fact, in this episode, you're going to meet a whole lot of people who are thinking creatively and working hard to come up with solutions to the toughest problems that keep your people and my people from getting along.
This is my land. This is my homeland. It's Indigenous land.
The pride of having your own territory is huge.
Our culture is based on life on the land.
I see our territory as a place of survival of who we are, a place of survival of our culture and language.
Most of this desert back here is 1,000 acres. We could make millions off of it easily, but we're just going to leave it the way it is. We'll take a chunk of our land, do some good economic development, look after everything else, and leave the rest of the land the way it is.
This land is my land. Or as white people say, Kinawindoeki, 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 Kinawin. This country is big. Space enough for everyone. Why then is land at the heart of every battle between Aboriginals and non-Aboriginals? Just down the river from here, there's a swath of land that cuts through Ontario's heartland, full of cities, farm, and industry. But every kid on the Six Nations Reserve knows it as the Haldimand Proclamation. 950,000 acres given to their ancestors for helping the British win the war against the Americans. But as my mom told me, never mess with the Mohawk. They're still stubbornly fighting to get fair compensation for that deal. It's all part of an equation that's uncomfortable to calculate. Canada's land gains have been the losses of the First Peoples. But, hard as it seems, there are ways of working it out.
The best relationships between Native people and non-Native people are business relationships. That's the best. Because it's based on work, it's based on production, it's based on sharing. We have more band-owned businesses on a per capita basis than any First Nation in Canada or tribe in the US, and that's what I'm really proud of, is the fact that most of our people work for a living.
The Osoyoos call this valley home. It's the Okanagan in British Columbia, now a magnet for tourists, drawn by the scenery, the Gulf, and the grapes. On the 320 square kilometers that make up their reserve, the Osoyoos have reached out to those tourists. They've developed a vineyard, a golf course, and a 5-star hotel complex on their land. The result, a mini economic boom.
We've been able to create jobs, decent paying jobs, and we have to create more.
And Commit Cellars is one of the band's biggest success stories. The vineyard is a partnership between the Osoyoos and Vincor Canada, the country's biggest wine producer. Several young people from the reserve work here.
Another year in that barrel will be awesome. I needed a job in the winter time, and I went to our chief, spoke with him, and he said, give it a try. It's a good opportunity. And I came here, and I knew immediately that winemaking was for me. Good fruit characters, good integration.
Really most filled with regard to the tannin contribution. Really integrated aromatically.
Very, very good tannins. I agree. I would love to be the winemaker here, and Randy's been teaching me the skills, and looking forward to the future of having an Osoyoos Indian Band member running the winery.
You know, the band is, they understand what it takes to survive in the 21st century from an economic standpoint, and they're very forward in their thinking. They understand where they have limitations, and that's one of the reasons why I think this winery has become is a joint venture.
So this is the reserve on the right-hand side. It cuts across the highway here.
Clarence Louie and his band are proud of what they've achieved, especially given where they started.
Even though we got what I would say a decent reserve, we still lost our best lands. We lost over 4,000 acres of our best land. Land claims is a big issue with every First Nation, and there's a lot of historical grievances that still have to be looked after. And if it wasn't for us losing our best land, we probably wouldn't have grown up in poverty. So I'll be speaking again at noon and going deeper into the Osoyoos story. I'll close off now with a short story of what just happened in the province of BC with our First Nation a couple of weeks ago. For the first time ever in the province of BC, the BC government, we had a name-changing ceremony. We changed 3 names. One of a provincial park, one of a mountain, and another provincial park. And the minister told me this is the first time in the province ever that the BC government, from the Premier, Cabinet, has ever decided to take the pioneer names off of 3 of our cultural sites. And how it happened was just like Ippawash. I was in Ottawa last year, and then I was getting calls from the RCMP and my people. They dug up some human remains at a provincial park. And so I flew back home right away. And when I got there, I saw this big hole. The archaeologists were already there. And park staff were there, and government officials were there. Didn't take me long to get very, very angry. Because I knew what they wanted us to do. They wanted us to be good little Indians and to allow the dig to continue and to gather up the rest of the skeletal remains and then to bring them on the reserve and rebury them. That's what they wanted us to do. So they could continue on running that provincial park as they've run it for the past 50 or so, 100 years. And right away I thought, we ain't going to do that. We don't know why this person was buried here. We don't know who they are. But we do know those are Indian bones. And I told the park officials, get that backhoe out of here. We're going to remove these outhouses as well that are by these ancestral remains. That's why they were digging there. They were doing something with the septic field there. And I thought, we ain't moving these bones. We're not going to be good little Indians and move these ancestral remains back on the res so development can just carry on as usual. And then when I had my first meeting with the Premier's staff, I told them, I want you non-natives to answer me this. How many years have to go by before the graves of your people don't matter? I want to know. You government officials tell me, how many years have to go by before the graves of your people no longer matter? None of them would answer that simple question. They just put their heads down. But I also told them I recognize that that's one of the most used provincial parks in your system. That many, many tourists have booked their sites there. And they've set aside their time in holidays to use that park. I understand that. So I'm going to compromise here. I'm not going to shut down, we're not going to shut down that whole park. Because families and people have already booked their sites there, they booked their holidays, business people have, families have. But of course, that grave area, we will close that down and go there with our elders and do song and ceremony there. Just that little inconvenience will happen for now. Go ahead, finish off the tourist season. Short story. So, the government, we did the name changing ceremony. Now, the names that stood for thousands of years before the pioneer names came to those 3 cultural sites that are important to our people, We're going to be in the BC legislature with our language speakers. It's going to be such an honorable day for us that for the first time ever, our names are going to be just important and recognized just important as the non-native names. That's a huge accomplishment for us. But that's the business relationship in a very difficult time, very difficult situation that can be worked out if engagement is done properly, if proper respect is given. And right now, we manage those two parks. That's part of the condition. We manage them. We'll keep them as a provincial park. But the management comes to the Osoyoos Indian Band. And our names, our native names, go on those parks. And that's something that happened just recently. And that's an example of the original treaty relationship that should have happened hundreds of years ago. So with that, I'll be back up here at noon. Nancy is an awesome conference organizer. She goes like this, and you listen. So Lim Lim, thank you.
Right on. Thank you, Miigwech, Chief Clarence Louie. I'm not going to lie, coming up to the event, it was like Christmas morning for me, counting down the sleeps, right? I'm always bubbling with excitement. Those who know me know that about me. But very inspirational, hearing the comments from Chief Collins, who I know and work with, and those comments, those visions, the words of Chief Clarence Louie, it cannot but inspire you as a First Nation person, leader, entrepreneur. You cannot be probably not inspired by those comments. To introduce it's great pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker. He's a good friend of mine and definitely somebody I look up to. Byron LeClaire. Byron LeClaire is the Director of Energy Projects for the Pick River First Nation. Mr. LeClaire is leading the charge on behalf of Pick River, utilizing Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal partnerships to support their involvement in many different projects. They have developed 3 operational hydroelectric facilities and are currently working with new wind and water energy projects representing nearly $500 million of new investment. With over 20 years of experience, Mr. LeClaire serves as President of Kagiano Power Corporation and Vice President of Business Development for Begatong Power Corporation, a partnership between Pick River and Interjex Renewable Energy. A staunch advocate of Aboriginal rights, Byron LeClaire has spoken on topics related to Aboriginal people, resource development projects, and the benefits of First Nation business partnerships. He has served as a counselor for the community of Pick River First Nation for several years. Once again, I'm very happy to announce and introduce Byron LeClaire.
Jason only looks up to me because I'm taller, so. In 2008, we were nominated as Aboriginal Developers of the Year, an honor bestowed by the Canadian Association for Native Development Officers, national organization that strives to bring excellence to economic development programs across Canada. And in 2008, after we were nominated, I was honored to be nominated to begin with, but I asked who our competition was, and it was Osoyoos. So when we were given the runner-up award, it became history that we would be following in some very big footsteps. I want to acknowledge, first of all, the traditional territory of the Fort William First Nation and the City of Thunder Bay for hosting this event. You'll hear some themes that are common in my presentation that you've already heard in terms of some of the messages, but one of them being one of capacity and the investment in education. I've known Jay since He was a little kid, and it's nice to see that he's graduated with honors and he's moving on to develop an education. Because at the end of the day, the question that was asked earlier with respect to someone's to blame, statement someone's to blame for our lot, forgets the question about what is our role? What can we do as First Nation communities to change where we are with respect to our regions, how we fit within those economies, and what we can do to benefit those communities. Some of the communities that you've seen in terms of on the national stage as success stories, those solutions, those inherent solutions, always come from within. Very early on in my career, and I know the introduction says 20 years, but I was a bit fibbing. I'm actually closer to 30 years now in my capacity. But very on in my career, early on, I came to understand that the solutions that would drive the economy of Pick River had to come from within. That Pick River could not rely upon government funding, transfer payments to develop our First Nation out of the despair that it was confronted with. We were typical of many other First Nations. We had high unemployment, a lot of social problems. Our economy was cyclical in terms of environment. And we understood that we had to change our mindset with respect to how we were going to approach economic development. This idea of job creation that relies on government transfer payments is an idea that's very short-sighted. And in 1982, the Pick River First Nation created the Pick River Development Corporation, its first foray into commercial development. And in my mind, that signaled a change in our philosophy. Our approach to economic development would no longer rest on government handouts, annual transfer payments. As a believer, I believe in the philosophy of the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. And to rely on government transfer payments really beholdens you to whatever the government priority may or may not be. You know, in the 80s, I often questioned whether or not First Nation success was a government aspiration or something that they simply told us. I remember going and meeting with the Minister of Indian Affairs with our chief at the time, Roy Michano, to talk about a proposal to buy a hydroelectric facility. And to have the response of the minister say to us, to me and to the chief, that it was his job to make sure that we didn't make a bad decision for our community, and denied a loan guarantee application really solidified my view that any solution, any priority had to be self-defined, had to be inherent, and had to be community-based. And one of the interesting propositions of the Idle No More movement is that we talk about the role that industry and government has played in the current status of many of our communities. And the social problems, the unemployment that is rampant within our communities is real. 90% unemployment in Northern Ontario communities is not unrealistic. And it's enticing as an Aboriginal person to look at the role that industry and government plays in maintaining that paradigm. But often what gets overlooked by the Idle No More movement, or that view of the world, is what is our role? What is our role in terms of defining what good governance ought to look like in our community, in defining and articulating what those solutions for our communities are going to be, and then implementing those plans. Pick River, we've been very fortunate that we've had a very core group of council that have been in place for some 30, 35 years. So we've had consistency in leadership, consistency in vision, consistency in execution of that vision. And I think that it speaks well to the success that Pick River represents within the territory. I also wanted to thank the Chamber. Many of the comments that I was going to make this morning have already been made this morning, but certainly recognize the Chamber and its members for the leadership role that they've demonstrated in implementing programs that are about building partnership, that are about bringing communities together. You know, walking through the mall, Intercity Mall, a couple years back, I walked into a store, and I can't remember what I was buying, but I was struck by a sign on the window, and this sign said, "Status cards welcome." To see Joe Moses, who was a member of the Pick River First Nation, serve as chair for the Chamber, shows the very leading edge, the leading vision that the Chamber brings in terms of articulating what's important for the Thunder Bay business community, what's important with respect to philosophy and their belief in partnership building. I'll get a little bit doom and gloom here for just a second. You know, one of the controversial issues that we've been dealing with in Thunder Bay, and certainly I've resisted the temptation to engage in the debate, is the personification of what Aboriginal means. Some of us have seen the images on Facebook. Some of us have seen the images on the internet in terms of what the Aboriginal community is. And I've often wondered, what public interest, what good as a community can be gained through the highlighting of people in despair? People that have already lost everything that there is to lose. Hope, family, prosperity, all of the things that many of us take for granted. And to paste those images in a very public form, to somehow think that we as a community are going to be better off at the end of the day, is not a connection that I'm capable of making. So I've resisted the urge to engage in that debate. But the Chamber has done something that speaks against that type of an approach. We've recognized that to build a community is a process of inclusion, that we need to bring in like-minded people into the tent to have that discussion about building prosperity, identifying plans to go forward, and then engaging in that dialogue and ultimate implementation. So, congratulations to the Chamber for hosting this event. Nancy, I thank you for the opportunity to speak here. And I'm going to go through just a quick presentation. I don't want to keep people from coffee too much, to highlight some of the opportunities that Pick River has developed within its territory. Is there a light? Can we see? Can we see? So, where is Pick River? Pick River is centrally located between Sault Ste. Marie and Thunder on the east side and Thunder Bay on the west side. We're on the north shore of Lake Superior, just north of Puckasaw National Park. We occupy that central territory of the Robinson Superior area. The treaty-making process is a historic process. And one of the comments that I would add with respect to the treaty is that treaty-making process is a process that we're all accustomed to. We all live in an era of treaty, and we accept treaties as part of our everyday life. If you cross the border to the States and you present a passport, the concept of treaty is not foreign to us. But the treaty-making process is not over. Pick River has an Aboriginal title claim in which we assert that we have not signed the treaty within our traditional territory. And as part of that claim, we've gone through and identified the important cultural and traditional values within our territory. There are 12,400 values that have been identified that define our traditional territory. The inner part represents more of our current land use patterns, but it is information and it's history that we've gathered through the engagement of our community elders and the telling of stories. But within our territory, we continue to see alienating effects that take us away from our current land use. And these are just some of the examples within our traditional territory about the gates that we face on the roads that we use to harvest things like moose, to gather, to survive, as our people have always done. That truck is, that's my truck. That's the gate. I have a master key, set of bolt cutters that I often use to make sure that I have access to the territory that our people have occupied since the beginning of time. I'm going to take you through what's happened in terms of Ontario and Canada's approach to responding to the Aboriginal title claim that Pick River has filed. So 1980, there's our map, and I'm going to go run through this relatively quickly, and you'll see the response of government in terms of how they've addressed our claim. You start to see mining alienations occurring within our claim area, park alienations, third-party land alienations, so that in 2007, the traditional territory, which was largely unoccupied and unclaimed, looks something like this. And since the claim was filed, we had a number of wind power licenses issued, forest management planning process that occur within our territory, 12 new parks that have been created nationally and provincially, 1 new national park, 1,625 mining blocks licensed for exploration, 13 long-term mining leases, new land use planning. And we know that 43% of our exclusive title claim has been alienated through government issuance of licenses, the imposition of third-party interest within our territory. And that of the 12,400 features, Pick River is now alienated to 70% of those features. So that's a very difficult mindset to put ourselves in when we talk about doing business. It's a very cynical approach to dealing and reconciling the historic differences that exist between Pick River and Ontario, Canada. Of course, within our territory, resource development has always played an important role. The elders that are located in here being swamped by a river drive through the Pick River to deliver wood to the Milani Marathon should demonstrate that our community is not, we're not unaccustomed to surviving environmental impact. So while the region has benefited through resource development, we've borne the environmental cost. In the early 90s, there was a cyanide spill from the mine that shut our water system down, that caused us to have to spend millions of dollars to relocate our water intake system. And in a mining complex where historically they've hired thousands of people to work within those mines, Pick River benefited to the tune of 5 jobs. But that hasn't prevented us from success. In terms of our goal, this change from job creation to wealth creation, looking at the opportunities within our region, we're familiar with hydro. Waters run through our traditional territory. There are a number of opportunities to develop small hydro development, to sell hydro to the grid. And that policy has been supported since the early 80s when Ontario Hydro said that they're not going to look at hydro projects smaller than 25 megawatts. Small for Ontario Hydro for certain, but large in terms of opportunities, potential opportunities for the Pick River First Nation. In 1987, we were invited by Ontario to sit on a review panel to look at the development of the Wawate Generating Station, a small hydro station just east of our reserve. It was at that time that our council said, no, we will not review, we will not participate in a process that awards the development rights for this project to another company. That we would lead the development of this particular hydro project, that we would, for the first time, participate as owners in terms of hydro generation. And to us, it was the first time that we took that step from job creation to actual wealth creation. People often ask me, they say, why is it so important for First Nations to develop own source revenue? And I tell them this story about education, because we all have children, and we're all familiar with education. In Pick River, our children are funded at about $5,000 a year. So to operate our elementary school, we're given by the Government of Ontario, or Government of Canada, $5,000 a year. Same children going to school in Marathon, the town of Marathon, are funded at about $15,000 a year. There's only 2 messages implicit in that disparity. Either our children are worth 1/3 the children in Marathon are worth, or we are 3 times the financial managers that they are in Marathon. So in order for us to close those gaps, we have to develop own source revenue to make up that difference, to make sure that our kids are given good education systems. So Wawate Generating Station, we produce about 69,000 megawatts a year. That's sold to the province. The Twin Falls Generating Station, this is an interesting project. Again, Pick River now owns 100% of this particular development. We produce about 17,000 megawatt hours of generation. And Umbata Falls, which is the most recent, is our largest project. We produce about 109,000 megawatts of generation. What's interesting about this particular project is that it was built within a provincial park system. And some of you will know that Pick River is no longer being alienated and enforced from its own lands. That we're looking for, I see an orange flag waving away, so I know that coffee must be on. So we're looking for opportunities to develop hydro projects where people are not accustomed to developing hydroelectricity. Inside a national park, people say it's impossible to develop hydro potential within a national park. But if the principles of the national park system are important within that national park, they're important outside. And that we are all part of the same ecosystem. We all have the same fate. And that the development of renewable energy as a value to Pick River, and important to us as ratepayers, is a value that should be shared in the national park. All impossible means to me is it's just going to take a little bit longer. So in terms of where we are, we generate about 195,000 megawatt hours of electricity, all sold into the grid. We supply about 20,000 homes in Ontario with electricity. We offset about 168,000 tons of CO2 per year, and the total investment from 1987 to today is about $124 million. So you've seen significant growth and success in the development of a renewable energy portfolio. We have additional projects that we're pursuing: High Falls, Superior Shores, Coldwell Wind Farms, representing investment of nearly $570 million of new generating potential. And we're looking for other opportunities, and opportunities around transmission from Wawa to Thunder Bay, in terms of a new renewable potential that's reflected by that transmission infrastructure development, and to see for the region and the region's economy an investment in renewable power. If we have 1,000 megawatts deployed between here and Wawa through the creation and development construction of the east-west tie line, that's going to bring 500 turbines to the region. That's going to bring jobs to the region. That's going to bring manufacturing opportunities. There are a host of opportunities that come in terms of the development and successful construction of supporting infrastructure like transmission. And Pick River is leading and advocating for the development of this potential, not just for Pick River, but for the larger region as well. And in terms of how we approach development, and one of the things that really struck me was that we were acting a lot like any other energy company. But to articulate and message for the broader community what it means to be an Aboriginal developer, working with our elders to develop some of the messages and themes that are important to the Pick River First Nation. First of all, that water is sacred. Before it generates electricity, it gives us all life. And that anything that we do within our territory cannot harm the water, cannot alter its quality. That we are people of the land. Those gates that you've seen within the presentation, that us as a company would not develop projects, build roads, and then gate our own people off and restrict access. We will not do that. That we have to give voice to our people, that the developments that we are proposing to build, we bring back to the community, we hear our community's voice, and that we shape our projects in a fashion that's they're able to take advantage of. And that we're doing this for our people. That all of the resources, revenues that we generate are reinvested back into the community. Chief Louie had the term money equals opportunity is a philosophy that we embrace wholeheartedly and something that we implement. And finally, we do this for our future generations. And that everything that we do has to take into account our future generations, and that we support the development of that future infrastructure within our community through the development of scholarship programs and the education of our youth. And bringing back Joe to Pick River and having Joe come to and work for our community, I'm a believer. I'm a believer in the possibility. What is possible? The hope and the desire of First Nations to become equal partners within our regional economies is only accomplished through the investment into human capacity. That capacity is developed through education. And we do a lot in Pick River to make sure that our children, our young people are educated in a fashion where they're able to function within two worlds. And though it may seem that we emphasize commerce, we emphasize business development, we're always mindful of our tradition, of our people, of our culture, and our history. And we, one of the elders from our community in one of our meetings had said, It's our obligation as leaders within our community to prepare our people to function in two worlds. That we must prepare our people to be business leaders, to be engineers, to be environmental sciences, lawyers, all of the things that we need in order to function as commerce. But as fathers and as mothers, grandfathers, grandmothers, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we educate our people to function within the traditional world as well, that we can't walk away from who we are. With that, I'm going to thank the organizers for the invitation. I appreciate your attention and your time. Again, thank you to Joe for the invitation to come and speak. Thank you.
I'll again thank Byron for a very powerful message and again, very inspirational. I'm now going to hand it over to Joe to continue with our agenda.
Thank you, everybody. We've set the stage this morning. Byron and Chief Louie asked some pretty telling questions about hitting the issues that we see out there face on. As we move into our mid-morning agenda in this afternoon, we're going to start looking at some of these solutions about how Pick River dig into what their model was and how we're going to move forward and give you some thoughts in terms of how you can be a player in implementing that positive change. So I encourage you to ask questions at the afternoon sessions. We're going to take a very short break. We had a 15-minute networking break scheduled. I'm going to ask us to limit it to 5. If you could just use the washroom, grab a coffee, come right back to your seats. We want to stay on schedule as much as possible. Thank you.
this back. And we will move cart. Yeah, those are really heavy to chew. Actually, in front. Yeah, would they need glasses of water? To move this forward for so on. Okay. Okay, that's ready.
Folks. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please start making your way back to your seats. We do want to keep on agenda. Want to limit this break to 5 minutes, so please make your way back to the seats. This is your 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. Please make your way back to your seats so we can begin.
I think when Roz gets done, she's got to introduce us. Roz is going. We don't need to be here until Roz is done, right? Yeah.
No, we're going to let her do her solo thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Roz is up next.
Roz is first.
Okay, good.
They just want the limelight. They're not even up yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are going to begin in just a few moments. We'd like to thank MNP for the networking break. We have a networking draw, but you have to be in your seat if you want to win the prize. So make your way back. Sitting down now. Moving on with the agenda. All right, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for your networking break coffee sponsor, MNP. Marcel Gagnon is here with the MNP group. We have a little prize on behalf of MNP. Dave Bivalacqua, you're the lucky winner of the MNP gift bag. Alrighty. Moving on with the agenda, we have I'd like to invite our next presenter to come up and say a few words. Rosalind Lockyer, as a founding executive director of Perel Center for Women's Enterprise, Rosalind inspired a unique model of women-centered community economic development based on the grassroots development of the country's strongest peer lending network. This year, Perel celebrates its 20th year of helping thousands of women across the North to start and grow their business. Under Rosalind's direction, Perel has won the Thunder Bay Chamber of Commerce Business Excellence Not-for-Profit Award and the National Donner Award for Excellence in Educational Programs. Rosalind herself was awarded the Influential Women's Award of the Public Sector. Rosalind co-founded the Women's Economic Council, chaired the Canadian CED Network's Policy Council, and today she leads the Social Enterprise for Northern Ontario Collaborative. Serves as a partner in the Rural Social Enterprise Constellation and Nishnawbe Aski First Nations Seeds of Change Collaborative. She also co-chairs and serves on a long list of other committees far too numerous to mention and far too many for me to butcher. Ms. Lockyer's mantra is a special form of servant leadership in support of those who need it most and a strong vision of empowerment for building sustainable livelihoods. Please welcome Rosalind.
Bonjour. Rosalind Dijnakas. I'm a proud Perel woman. And you might say, what's a Perel woman? There are many of them here in this room today, and many of them across Northern Ontario. We started about 20 years ago, just a group of women who wanted to make a difference in the North. Today we have 57 circles of women working across Northern Ontario, from Fort William because that's where we started in the Thunder Bay, Fort William area, west to Fort Francis, Kenora area, north into the remote communities, and now northeast, as far down south in the north, still within our Northern Territory, to Huntsville and Bracebridge. Who are we? We are young women. We are older women. We are Aboriginal women. We are immigrant women. But we have something in common. We want to nurture our families. We want to grow our businesses. And we want to live in sustainable communities. And together, we do that by partnering. Those that know us, they understand that as women, we have to show leadership. We have to work together with other organizations all across Northern Ontario if we're going to make the kind of change we want to have better communities for our children to grow successfully today and in the future. We need the leadership of women, and we need the leadership of our youth to be able to make this change. Collaboration, good leadership is more important today than ever it was before. And I think you've heard that from all the speakers that we've had this morning. We can only make positive change. We can only find community solutions. We can only make good economic decisions if we do it together. And that's the way Perel started. We partner with 19 Community Futures Development Corporations across Northern Ontario. These relationships with the CFDCs have been crucial to our growth. That means that we can give grants and loans to the women who need it the most. In our organization, within our peer lending circles, women can get $1,000, but they only have to pay back $500. Then if they're really good at paying back their $500, then they can have $2,000, but only pay back $1,000. Then they can carry on and get loans of $3,000, $5,000, like that. They earn the right by showing that they're good borrowers and backing up their own loans so that they can move forward in their businesses and make a difference for their families. It's a participatory type involvement. It's not about one person doing anything. It's about women working together in their community with our partners that we've developed in each of their communities to find community solutions, to find solutions that work for them. So let's talk about some of these partnerships. I've shortened down I'm not even going to look at my notes because I'd be here for my whole 15 minutes, and I'm going to try to keep it to about 5 because we're behind schedule. And I'm just going to speak about a couple of projects. They're risk-taking projects. And when we're talking about a partnering spirit with an entrepreneurial edge, which is the title of my talk, we're talking about taking risks. That's what business is. Part of that risk is developing the relationship with your partners. It's not always going to be easy. You have to communicate, and you have to find ways to make it work. And that's what I do most of my time, is work with people to make it work. Like, what is it you need? What is it we need? What is it the women need? What is it your community needs? How can we work together to make this happen? But we all must be willing to take some risk. And one of the risky projects that we took on a little while ago was one where we wanted women to get larger contracts, more lucrative contracts in areas where traditionally they've been left out. And that's what we call the MUSH network in the mining sector. And that's really important in Northern Ontario right now. And a lot of the women were getting a lot less money in their businesses than their male counterparts. And part of it was because they weren't getting these contracts. So we embarked on working with our partners to do this, to make this better. And we thought, well, you know what? We're good educators. I'm sure we can work with women to educate them around procurement and where these opportunities are. We also knew that we could probably get people to work with us to talk about how we could do this better. We had lots of partners that we could call on. We could call on more. We felt that we could connect women with the people who were the procurement managers. However, we weren't at all sure about the next step, whether women would be able to write the kind of RFPs and to actually get the contracts. So we projected to our funders that maybe we could help 15 women in our project to get these contracts. We set out across Northern Ontario in several communities, and we set up round tables and committees, advisory groups. We call them cluster innovation tables. And we brought together community leaders, people from business, successful women entrepreneurs, and we talked about it, and we listened. We put together a mining procurement kit, and we checked it out with everyone to see if it made sense and whether it was a usable document. This takes time. We knew it would take time. At the same time, they helped us. Procurement managers came to our events, and they came to our workshops, which we put out across Northern Ontario through another partner, Contact North, and through KOKNet with the video conferencing. And we taught women about procurement. We introduced people so that they'd be comfortable talking to them. We continued to talk to our advisors at the tables to see what we should do next. And today we can proudly say, working together, partnering together, not only did 15 women-owned firms, get larger contracts from the mush and mining sector, there are 89 women's businesses who've received contracts in the mush and mining sector. That is success. It's Perel's success, yes, and that's why I'm proud to be a Perel woman. But it's a success for all the people in Northern Ontario, that these northern businesses are making money in our communities and giving back to our communities and are being the mothers and the grandmothers and the sisters and the community leaders that are nourishing our communities. I'm getting the flag. It's a bright orange flag, so that's good, because otherwise I probably wouldn't have been able to see it. But anyway, very quickly, the other project I'd like to tell you about is a risky project where the government said to us, if we're going to give you $1, Rosalind, you're going to have to come up with another $1 from the private sector. And you can have up to $250,000 if you'll get $250,000 from the private sector. That was a huge challenge. And again, we did it much the same way. We just brought together a committee. We call it the Social Enterprise for Northern Ontario Committee. It's pan-Northern. The partners are Nordic University, Nordic Institute of Algoma University, in Northeastern Ontario, both the innovation centers, the Thunder Bay CEDC, and many businesses who have said that they're going to partner with us. And some of them have invested dollars because they've been private investors. And in addition, we brought on the Royal Bank and the BDC. So next week, on June 10th, I invite you to come to the launch of that project. That project will give grants and loans to people who want to change, to make change. If racism is something we must deal with, how are we going to deal with it? If we want a good environment for our children and our grandchildren for years to come, what are the solutions for that? Not only what are the solutions for what, not only a business idea, but a business idea that will change the North. We're challenging people of all ages to come up with ideas where we can work together, and we will provide the grants and the loans to make it happen. So yes, it's a risky project, but guess what? With Perel's partnering spirit and with our partners' partnering spirit across the North, yes, we want to make money, but we want to help people, we want to help the planet, and we want to make a profit. And thank you so much for listening to me this morning.
Thank you, Rosalind, for sharing with us the developments that Perel has going on. We're moving into our next session now. Where are we at here? The industry outlook. So exploring business opportunities between First Nations and non-First Nations business. Doug Murray from the CDC, Brian Davey from NADF, moderated by Derek Fox. Derek is from Bearskin Lake First Nation in Treaty 9. When I met Derek, he's one of those outstanding guys that's really a mover and a changer for his community. He belongs to the Bearskin Lake First Nation Treaty 9. He practices law with Erickson and Partners in Thunder Bay, specializing in civil litigation, Aboriginal, corporate, and commercial law. He serves as director on the Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund board and Wataynikaneyap Power Corporation. Derek also played hockey with the Sioux Greyhounds of the Ontario Hockey League and university hockey in the CIS. Recently assisted newly elected National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, Perry Bellegarde, as his political legal advisor during his transition in Ottawa. His career ambitions involve building bridges and relations in the city of Thunder Bay through business development and hopes to establish his own law practice one day. Fox Law is what he intends to call it. It's a great honor to have Derek here with us. We're going to hear a little bit from him this afternoon as well. He's going to moderate this next session for you, and I'll let him introduce our panelists. Please welcome Derek.
So do I look like Derek? We do what we're told. I'm very honored today to introduce, on behalf of Perel Centre for Women's Enterprise, Doug Murray and Brian Davey. Both of these men I work with all the time. They are partners for Perel. We work with both the Thunder Bay CDC and we work with the Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund to do our day-to-day work here in this community and across Northern Ontario. Doug Murray was born and raised in Thunder Bay. After completing a chemical engineering degree from the University of Waterloo, he worked in the pulp and paper industry in Northern Ontario and British Columbia in progressively more senior management roles for over 30 years. Oh, that's good. I've only been with Perel for 20, so I'm feeling young now. Including 11 plus years as general manager. Doug is presently the CEO of Thunder Bay Economic Development Commission. I'm sure you're all familiar. Doug has been involved in many service clubs and the Chamber of Commerce, including 4 years on the board of directors of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. He presently sits on 2 boards, the Northern Policy Institute and the Center for Research and Innovation in the Bioeconomy, CRI. So in addition to Doug, we have Brian Davey. Brian Davey also must be much older than me because he's been 30 years working in First Nations business and economic development issues as an elected First Nations leader, Chief Executive Officer, Executive Director, Manager, Management Consultant, and employee in both the public and private sectors. Much of his experience is focused in Northern Ontario in the resource sector, infrastructure development and financing. Presently, he's the Executive Director of Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund. In the past, he worked for Matawa First Nations Management, First Nations Equity, Economic Renewal Initiative, and the Nishnawbe Aski Nation, including working as a private consultant. Brian is a Native Studies graduate from Trent University. He was born in Moose Factory. I should say that's the area where we have our most recent MOU for doing circles in that community, so maybe you can help me out with that. And is a member of the Moose Cree First Nation and currently resides with his spouse, Lisa, in Thunder Bay, Ontario. He has 2 daughters, Courtney and Brianne, and 3 grandsons, Cohen, Phoenix, and Tyler. So I welcome, I think first of all, Doug is speaking. Are you Doug? Where's Doug? Both together. Okay, very good. So welcome these 2 wonderful gentlemen to our podium.
Maybe as on this, a lot of my examining and so on, and I note for the best interest of yes, pick the right person to do this. Exploring business opportunities between and non-First Nations businesses. So, I'm going to ask Mr. Davey first. General question. What is the process a business should follow?
Thank you very much, Derek, and whoever put this couch up here. It's great. This is a bit unusual, but I'll see if I can enjoy this. This is a very interesting area, of course. If I understand the question, what is the process for becoming involved in some of these opportunities? First of all, many of the opportunities spring out of agreements between, let's take the mining sector, for example, between the companies and the First Nations that are operating in that territory. And much of this information is public. You can see it on the CDAR website. A lot of these companies are public, so you just type in their symbol and you get the press releases. Very often you'll see them releases regarding the relationships they have with existing companies. So it's always good to keep an eye on if there's particular opportunities that that relate to your business, whether you're non-Aboriginal or Aboriginal, doesn't matter what business you are. You can find this information, and you could also learn as much as you can by simply reviewing they call them management circulars that are much available on the CDAR, and you go through that. And you can also learn a lot about the First Nation involved too, many of them have now comprehensive community plans and economic plans, and also land use studies. So learning about that information and finding out who the economic development officer is, and calling them up or going through the tribal council they might be affiliated with, though that would be, I know that's a long answer to your question, but that would be one of the processes that we use in engaging the First Nation.
Just a question there, Mr. Davey. When you talk about engaging a First Nation, is it more than the Chief and Council, or do you need to address the choppers and their lands, or?
Well, it depends. For example, if you're a catering business that's looking to engage First Nations business to form a joint venture, a lot of the consultations have already occurred, and they've been solidified through agreements, which are referred to as impact and benefit agreements. So that's important. The other thing to realize too is some of these agreements this is my personal opinion, some of them may be more biased to community-based corporations, not so much towards entrepreneurs, whereas other communities, they may be more into private sector development, where they're trying to develop their entrepreneurs. So you need to do that research prior to trying to meet the community where the emphasis are in the agreements, because sometimes the agreements have quotas with respect to how much goes towards private entrepreneurship, community-based. And for those of you who may not know, community-based corporations are owned by the First Nations themselves.
Okay, Mr. Murray, I'm going to ask you the same question. What's the process a business should follow?
Well, I think, like for instance in Thunder Bay, businesses should be looking at what development is going to occur throughout the north in the next 5 to 10 year time frame. So that's available from the point of view, you can look at potential mining sites that may potentially be on First Nation traditional territory. You can look at forestry opportunities. There's a number of things that are occurring throughout northwestern Ontario. And you have to look at your strategic plan and your business plan and say, do I want to participate in those potential developments? And then you got to look at that and say, now, how do I create that relationship? So as Brian said, then you reach out to a good starting point would be the economic development people at the different First Nations. And you look at that and say, okay, what kind of a relationship can I develop with that particular community? Or are there business entrepreneurs in those communities that I can start looking at for the development of a relationship? And that doesn't happen in an afternoon. You need to look at this in a long-term view to start that development process. So for instance, let me just use the example of what's going on to the west of us in a place called Emo. There's presently RFPs being issued now for the project for $800 million worth of capital expenditures to put in a new gold mine. Well, you can't go there on Wednesday morning to have a relationship with the First Nation community to talk about an RFP on Wednesday afternoon. You have to start ahead of time. A number of companies have done that. A number of companies in Thunder Bay have reached out starting maybe 2010, 2011. It takes a while. It's no different than dealing with a guy that's down the street 2 blocks, you know? It takes you a little while to get figured out where do you want to go, what's your objective, what's the opportunity, and is there a relationship? It may turn out that, no, we're not suited for each other, and then you have to look at another potential opportunity with another community, or, you know, you move on. But it takes time, so we just can't wait to the last second to look at that. And that's what I'm encouraging people in Thunder Bay and the Thunder Bay businesses is to reach out to the economic development people, and if you need help with the list, we can help with that and start those discussions. Because if we look at what's going to occur through northwestern Ontario in the next 10 to 15 years, and the potential of development that's going to occur, it is going to occur north of us, west of us, and east of us, areas that are in the traditional First Nation territories. So if you want to grow and a potential to do that, then you have to look at how do you make that attachment and work with that. So I think that's what the message that we have to drive forward today to people is you got to look out there and say, where am I strategically want to take my business and how can I partner with people that are out there now?
So you talk about partnering with First Nations as far as businesses in the city. How can people who own businesses and want to get involved with First Nations go about that process?
Okay, well, I'd just like to, just a little bit of information that when Joe asked me and the chamber asked me to get involved in this, I started doing a little more research on that. And I would encourage people to get a hold of this document. It's probably about 25 or 30 pages long. And it's called Advancing Positive Impactful Change. And it's First Nations and National Resources Development. It's a joint report issued by the Assembly of First Nations and Aboriginal Affairs of Northern Development Canada. And it's step 1, finding the ways and means for First Nations to fully share in natural resource development. But it was released in February of this year. It's a very interesting document to read through to understand what are the positives What are the things that are still need to be worked on? There's lots of case history of different, I mean, even in this room today, we've had case history from different people that have already spoken this morning about the opportunities that they have been able to do in their First Nation communities. But there's more examples of that. It also talks about what are some of the shortcomings that we still see going forward with respect to education and other issues. But it's an interesting document, makes you stop and think about, But it also encourages people to get involved, because the development that's going to occur in the mid-continent area of Canada going forward in the next 10 to 15 years, as Chief Louie said this morning, is if you've seen what's happened now in the last 10 to 15 years, it's only going to be enormously more growth in the next 10 to 15 years involving First Nations in the areas in the mid-continent area of Canada. So I encourage people, A, to look at that document and then to start thinking about how is it that I can start partnering with First Nation businesses or communities and moving forward on that.
Mr. Davey, how could businesses in the city go about doing business with First Nations in the north and around these territories?
Well, part of that answer I gave earlier, there's a number of non-native businesses that have expressed interest in the past that have come forward that asked that very question: how can we meet some of these entrepreneurs or community-based corporations? And I often say, well, first of all, come out to the events, like what are put on by NEDF or the Chamber, give you an opportunity to interact and to meet with other businesses, particularly those businesses that operate in the north. And I think that's the right starting area, and also to learn as much as you can about the various organizations' supports that are out there, such as Perel, and there's others like NEDF, and communicating with those folks and seeing, letting them know of your vision, your idea, that what kind of business you operate currently, and how do you go about meeting somebody that has a like mind and taking advantage of the initiative that you're looking at. So it's a matter of reaching out and standing on a platform that is, you can meet other people, and that's usually the general way we're starting.
So we talked a lot about, heard a lot about reconciliation and truth and reconciliation in the past 3 days. You would have saw it all over the news talking about residential schools and healing and self-sufficiency. How do you think economic development, economic independence will assist with that process?
Well, we've seen the benefits, of course, where you have economic cooperation between the various groups, whether it be First Nations or with nearby companies that are operating on traditional lands. I know it's very difficult initially when a community is coming right from abject poverty to doing extremely well in economic building, and because very often you have people that have not been in the workplace for a number of years, or their unemployment, so the capacity is lacking considerably in taking part in the ramp up of developing the community. So, you know, with that, much of that is directly related to some of the issues that are related to, you know, the marginalization of people, whether it's done through residential schools or the Indian Act or what have you. But there's always that drive to find a champion within the communities, and which is extremely important, particularly as it relates to community-based comprehensive planning. It starts with a champion, finding a champion in the community, and if you don't have that champion developing that plan, it's just not going to work. If you bring in consultants to develop economic strategic plans, it'll more or less just end up on the shelf. It won't do you very good at the end of the day. So I think there has to be an obligation on all sides, not just, you know, First Nations got to identify those champions that are willing to stand up there and be accounted for and go forward. So that's key.
Mr. Harvey, I I was recently reviewing an agreement for a First Nation client of ours, and it explicitly stated that they do not hold the honor of the Crown or carry that fiduciary duty of the Crown. I think they're making it clear that they don't have the responsibility of looking out for the best interests of the First Nation. They're strictly there to mine. Do you believe that companies should be more sensitive to these First Nations when it comes to agreements and so on? Murray, sorry.
Well, I think it's important that that as the companies look towards development, as I think the chief example this morning was, is that just showing up and saying, hey, I'm here and here's what I can do isn't going to work. Didn't work in the past, isn't going to work in the future. So I think it's important for companies to look at what are the values and interests of the community, engage in the community and understand that. I think it's incumbent on people to understand that, because there could be some communities that, that's not exactly what they want. They don't want that type of development. So I think it's important for people to go in and believe and understand what are the interests of the community. At the same time, the community has to look at and say, are they open to economic development, and under what conditions? Only the community is going to set that. The community is going to decide what rules that they want for economic development. And so the communities have to be, thinking ahead of time too, from the point of view of what do we want the things to look like? Where do we want to go? So that when, as it was answered this morning, when the knock comes on the door, you're prepared as a community to say, here's the bounds that we want to participate in the development in, or hey, we don't want any development. Right? So I think it's incumbent on both parties to understand what each other's interests are and to make the relationship a success. Because if the relationship starts out by a fight in the court, it's never going to work in the long run. You might as well quit before you start.
So do you think companies should invest in cultural sensitivity training and community engagement processes, or?
I think it's important from the point of view, I think we'll see that more this afternoon too, in one of the sessions that we have coming up this afternoon. But I think for both parties to understand what the future possibilities are, people also have to understand where people came from. And so what was the process that got people to where they are today, and what's the history? And that also comes from the point of view then of understanding some of the sensitivities around events and topics and things in the past, so that people then can understand why people are the way they are today with respect to saying we must have this or we must have that, so that people can see that and understand that. It's not a negative thing, it's just an understanding point of view to say that, you know what, we've grown up in different situations, we've lived in different communities, and from where the developer is to where the First Nation community is, and people need to understand both sides of the coin. So I think it's imperative that the people that are involved in going in for development and economic development, or drilling or mining or whatever we're doing, that they understand the area that they're going into, what are the role, and what the history's been, and what are the concerns of the community. I think that's imperative. So if you're looking forward as a business to going forward and working with trying to create a joint venture or partnership with a First Nation community, I think you better understand all that as you're going in, because that is going to have an impact on how things are going to turn out. And I think understanding it at the start is a lot better than trying to figure it out in the last hour and saying, wow, I didn't understand that at all.
Okay, this one's for Mr. Davey. Given your experience with First Nations politics, how might elections impact a business agreement or a relationship with, say, a city business? I know some elections take place every 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and so on.
Yeah. I thought I'd seen that coming. It is very it can have an impact. There are some communities, like I said, prefer to work with community-based corporations, community-based economic development corporations, as the main vehicle for economic development in their communities. So some are, they have arm's length with the chief and council, and their board of directors are chosen based on their experience, and they have it's operated just like an ordinary for-profit corporation. While others, there's a fair amount of political involvement to some extent. Keeping in mind, people are beginning to realize, and I see this more and more, where there's always the liability issues that you have to be careful of, particularly as it relates to counselors or chiefs getting involved in the business of the operations. Normally, the band is a limited partner. They're not there to run the operations. Limited partner is what it is. It's a limited liability. You're not there. Whatever you put in there as money, that's your liability. But if you start getting involved in the operations, slight as it may be, and then you expose yourself to potential losses if something goes sideways. So I think, and we all know that the 2-year election has created some issues with respect to economic planning. Not all communities are lucky to have a regime that's been in power for several years. Some may think that's great, others may think that's not great. But in situations where it has worked out effectively and very well, we've seen those communities thrive and do extremely well in the overall business of their economic building. So that's I'll just leave that there.
I got a different question for you, Ms. Murray. I've seen agreements with in which the First Nation wants to provide jobs to their members, and often it's the company saying, we can provide so many jobs, but you need to have a grade 12. You need to have college in this. How do you address the fact that many First Nations aren't going to meet that criteria, and many First Nations are dealing with the social issues within their communities and may not be able to complete their schooling?
Well, I think that comes down to is the type of work that if I'm a company coming in to set up a joint venture in a First Nation community, that'll have to get discussed at the start. So, for instance, if our job is to set up an engineering company to be able to design roads and equipment and transmission lines, obviously there's going to be an education level that's going to require the individuals that work for that to have a certain level of education. But if I'm also at the same time a joint venture and I'm trying to set up a supply company, for instance, whether it's a forestry or mining supply company, then I think we have a broad spectrum of education requirements that we can look at and say, okay, there are tasks that people can do in that type of environment that you don't need to have a grade 12. And I think, as I've been talking with some people over the last couple of months, in preparation for this this wonderful event today, you look at that and say, that's where we start the process of creating a joint venture, creating that opportunity, so that people then can see that and say, there's a reason why we need to continue on the school. There's a reason why we need to keep going on in the education, because now the accounting job that's in that, or the general manager's job that's in that company, or those engineering jobs, or someone said to me yesterday that a First Nation that was owned a pharmacy. Now we can have individuals in the community that says, I want to be a pharmacist because I have a spot to go to now, and people can see that. So that will drive the push to me to have education. So I think it's an opportunity when you first start out in the business, depending on what the business is and how the joint venture's set up. I don't think grade 12 should be a limiting factor. I think that we can train quite a few people to do jobs that are necessary. I think, in some required professional trades, not having a grade 12 or university degree won't cut it, but I would think of the bulk of the jobs we could get by without having that certain requirement to do that. I mean, we had a jobs forum in Thunder Bay with the guidance counselors of all the high schools in Thunder Bay in November, and we invited different industries to come. And, for instance, at some of the operating mines within the driving distance of Thunder Bay, 80% of the jobs, their requirement was for high school. Now, that's a line in the sand, and they said it was high school, but it doesn't mean that everybody needs a 4-year college or university degree to work in an industrial setting. So now you look at that and say, does the person have the ability to learn? And that's the key thing as we go forward, is the communities and the companies that we want to set up in the communities, that the individuals have the ability to learn, and then can we progress them through that process? Again, like I say, not requiring that certain professions do require certain skill sets. So I think that that's an opportunity that should be looked at very closely, depending on how that company gets set up.
Okay, thank you. In my practice, I'm often asked to save taxes. Whether it's First Nations or non-First Nations, people don't want to pay taxes, they hate taxes. How might a business within the city save taxes, if any, by partnering with the First Nation? Brian.
That's a real tough one. That's a tough legal question. Well, the Indian Act is pretty clear on who's tax exempt. You either got to be a band or a status person, and that tax treatment or tax exemption does not apply unless you have an established business on, or if you're working on reserve, or if a large part of your organization is on reserve, like a financial organization, part of your business. Most companies that I'm familiar with, they go after the tax treatment through limited partnerships. They become limited partners, which is a tax exemption that's available not only to First Nation or status sole proprietorships, but it's also available to all. It's not anything that's special. There are particular models that might be pursued that could produce the type of tax treatment that we're looking for on reserve, where I often thought if you developed a manufacturing facility on reserve that sold their products at wholesale to a distributor that's on reserve as well, that transaction, it's on reserve, and the manufacturing facility owned by the band, then that in itself could be a tax advantage for the company. So there's different ways of looking at it, but it's very tough on businesses that are just incorporated, because an incorporated entity does not provide you the tax treatment that you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. This is more of a tougher social question. In my experiences, I've found that playing hockey and building partnerships with respect to business has helped get rid of racism, because you're working towards a common goal with non-native people. So I'd like to ask you, how would business partnerships help with the ongoing plague of racism in Thunder Bay and Northwestern Ontario? How might it help build relationships?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think that anytime that people can get together and understand each other and see what goes on is the start of solving a lot of those problems and knocking down stereotypes. So I think when people start working with their partners, So whether it's a joint venture partner, or when they create the company and have a First Nation employees, that you'll find that they'll say, people will start looking at it and say that that's no longer an issue because I have employees and look at how it works. And the stereotype that people sometimes have an image of, if they had that image, it should be gone because the people are going to work just like everybody else does work. And I think when that opportunity happens and when people start seeing that, then I think you'll see the walls start to crumble down. And so the faster we can drive that, the faster we can drive those relationships to occur, the better off that we're going to be because our futures are intertwined. And the development that's going to occur, and I keep saying this to people, is, you know, there's going to be more development around us in Northwestern Ontario. If we don't get it right, we'll be the ones that aren't going to be the ones that get progress to happen for us in the city of Thunder Bay. Other people around us will move on. And so it's our opportunity to get involved and make it work and make it work right. And I think by doing that, then people are going to see that that everybody is the same.
Same question, Mr. Davey.
It's regarding racism. I think one of the things that's important when it comes to establishing closer relationships, I'll look at it from a business perspective. There are a number of agreements out there that talks about the requirement for Aboriginal content before they're considered for in the RFP, the request for proposals. And Aboriginal content sometimes to some people just means a finder's fee or a commission that's paid to the First Nation or to individual entrepreneur that's Aboriginal or First Nation. That in itself does not build closer relationships. I know that's being done. I don't think that's the way to build a sustainable economic community in Northwestern Ontario or Northern Ontario. I think we need to have a closer look at what content means in these agreements. If you want to start developing closer relationships that diminishes racism and all those other social issues, we need to look at owning real assets. Does 50-50, 51, 49%. We need to look at establishing employees that have that has at least 50%, if not more, of Aboriginal people. We need to do financing that's creative in terms of producing the desired income with respect to dividends. Right now, you have a lot of situations where the Aboriginal entrepreneur is borrowing for their equity participation. I mean, that has to change. That puts you at a disadvantage. So, there's a lot of things that can be done to establish a real relationship, a real economic and business relationship, which leads to diminishing many of these social issues. So that's the best way I can answer that.
Okay, we got the 5-minute mark about a minute ago, so training dollars, funding dollars, how's the best way to go about it in securing funds to enter these partnerships?
Well, my approach is, my greatest ambition is not to have First Nations people to become another employee, to have a job. That's not in my interest at all. As weird as it sounds, my interest is to have First Nations people that become entrepreneurs, that they become a boss in their own right, and develop wealth that way, create wealth that way. So training, to me, means putting them through, funneling them through an incubator, manufacturing entrepreneurs. I mean, that's very important to me. And we're quite prepared as NEDF to stand behind anybody that has the desire to create that, that wealth, whatever it may be, whatever supply company or how they wish to do it. I mean, that's the type of training that we like, is manufacturing entrepreneurs.
Mr. Murray, same question.
I think we should look at too from the point of view, we too in our organization have a number of entrepreneur programs and training, and we deal with the province of Ontario's different programs for starting up entrepreneur youth companies and such forth like that. But I think another item here too is that, you know, if we start looking at joint ventures and creating companies, so if you look at a map and say what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years, and you look at potentially different deposits, you know, we shouldn't be surprised that something was going to happen in and around Dryden. We should be surprised that something potentially isn't going to happen around Geraldton. And so if you look at that and say, okay, from a training point of view, if we want to have an opportunity to be a supplier or a company that provides services, right now we do have industries in those areas. They're forest-related industries. So if we were to start a joint venture and we start small, we can start building capacity. We can start building people's skill sets so that when the mine does show up, which, you know, we believe it's going to occur, then we're ready to take on that challenge. And then when we apply to the RFP to be a service provider or a provider of parts or labor or whatever we're doing, we've got a track record. So there's industries out there now that need people. There's companies that need supply of whether it's parts, equipment, or services. So if you start now, then when the bigger development happens, you have a track record. You know, because one of the, if you look at the request for proposals that are coming out from New Gold now, part of it will say is, how long have you been in business? I mean, not only do they ask, are you an Aboriginal company, or, you know, what's the percentage and who are your owners, but how long have you been in business, and what are examples of some of your customers that you've had? So, you know, when they go to award those contracts, they will look at that, and they will look at your record of how long you've been in business, and they will do reference checks on some of your clients and customers. So I think the opportunity now is, if you were to start small and then grow that and grow the capacity, isn't that kind of in the training mode then? And we look at that and say, as we bring in more staff, we're able to do that. So I think that's another way to look at it, is start these businesses up, start them small, but with the potential to grow them, so that when the actual opportunity does show up, we're ready, we have a track record, here's who we dealt with, phone them, we have people that are happy with the services that we provide.
Yeah, I got a 5 minutes ago, then another 5 minutes, so I think that means another 5 minutes, or? Are we done? Are we done? One more? Okay. I'll save the best for last. So, our First Nations leaders talk about Aboriginal rights, treaty rights, inherent rights. Probably the most important thing to our leadership is the treaties, that treaty relationship, and ensuring that those elements are a part of everyday life, including business. So what should businesses do to educate themselves on those legal elements? Mr. Davey.
Well, obviously, any person who wants to get involved with respect to engaging the community or consulting the community has an obligation to learn as much as possible about that community, including all the historical documentation. I realize that there are folks that say, I'm in for there to do business, that's about it. But it's more than that. It's about building a relationship. And part of building a relationship, of course, is trying to know as much as you can about the person or the community you wish to engage. And that goes both ways. It's not just all one way, since we're all, as they say, treaty partners. So we should find out more about each other, because at the end of the day, what we're all about is not so much blaming the circumstances for what we are, and I mean that all of us, but it's about creating the circumstances we want. And that's key to any kind of relationship building. And understanding each other's history is part of it. Thank you.
Same question, Mr. Murray.
I would think that that's why we require people that if we're going to go forward on this, if, it's part of a business's strategic plan to help expand into different areas, you need time to figure that out. You need to spend the time to get educated. You need to spend the time to consult and understand what does the community want. So that's why, I encourage people to look and say, this will take time. This isn't something that you can do a month or 2 weeks or, before the mine announces that they're going to go through and put in requests for proposals. It takes time to go through and do all that, and you need to start that now as opposed to 3 years from now. And I think that's where the opportunities are, because not everybody's going to fit together. Not everybody is going to get along, and that's where you need to understand that now and say, okay, it's no different than working with somebody, like I said earlier. I want to merge or create a joint venture with somebody down the street in Thunder Bay. Well, that may not work out well. What are your interests? Are you got common interests and goals and such forth like that? That takes time to understand all that. So that's why I encourage people to understand that you have to understand history, and you have to understand that, as you've said and other people have said, that we are all part of all members of the treaty, so we have to understand what that means. And I think that's the more time we spend on understanding that, then the better opportunity we have going forward.
Okay, I think I spelled lunch. How about a round of applause for Mr. Davey and Mr. Murray? Thank you, gentlemen, Mr. Derek Fox, Brian Davey, and Doug Murray. Thank you for being here and leading us through that discussion. We're moving into the lunch session of the day, one of my favorites. We have 2 buffets lined up. We have a hot lunch for you, one under the alcove here, one in the middle of the room. $30 and you get lunch. That's not too bad, eh, guys? So thanks again to our sponsors for that. We're going to take about, we'll be back here at 12:15 to start our luncheon keynote. So go ahead at your own will, line up center of the room and over here.
We're going to get back on agenda in about 3 minutes, folks. We're just finishing up the last bit of the lunch lines. A slight amendment to your agenda. You'll notice that our keynote for lunch, we had Calvin Helin listed. Calvin Helin is an author and a lawyer out of BC. Calvin's working on a major pipeline energy project with 28 First Nations in the coastal communities of BC. Empowering and owning their own pipeline as opposed to letting somebody else set the development agenda. And there were some urgent items that needed to be attended to there, so unfortunately Calvin wasn't able to join us. But we do have Chief Louie here, who I think we can all agree is a fantastic, prolific speaker on the matters. Chief Louie is going to fill the keynote message. I could listen to this guy talk for hours, so we'll get started in just about 2 minutes with the agenda, and we'll have Chief Louie address the delegates once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started with this afternoon's agenda or our luncheon keynote. Your hot lunch today provided our luncheon sponsor, CED, the team at CEDC. Big round of applause for them being our lunch sponsor. And as always, we need the facilities in order to host events like this. The team at the Victoria Inn have done such a fantastic job. Raymond and the people here are always welcoming and so accommodating to us. Big hand for Raymond and the staff serving the lunch. At this point, as I did say, CDC is our partner for the luncheon speaker. I'd like to invite Doug Murray to come up and say a few words with a reintroduction of Chief Louie.
Okay, so Chief Clarence Louie, we've already heard talk briefly this morning, but he's going to enlighten us some more, which is really great. Since December of 1985, he was first elected as Chief of Osoyoos Indian Band in South Central British Columbia. Clarence Joseph Louie has consistently emphasized economic development as a means to improve his people's standard of living. In 1998, the Osoyoos Indian Band Development Corporation was formed to manage and provide strategic direction to the existing businesses as well as seek out new economic opportunities. The Osoyoos Indian Band has modeled not only sustainable business development, but has also made socio-economic development important, whereby the community's social needs are improved and addressed. So without further ado, if I can call on Chief Clarence Louie to come up and further enlighten us on what's going on in South Central BC and the opportunities that are ahead for us.
Thank you, sir. I want to read out an email I got the other day from a business person, from a small, very small business in Osoyoos. Dear Chief Clarence, I am writing to ask you for your advice. With the Truth and Reconciliation report in the news and all the reports of horrible abuse by the white people that Canada's Indigenous people have had to endure, has left me dumbstruck. I had little idea. I am an immigrant to this country, one of the more recent waves of immigrants. I arrived in 1982 after immigrating here from the Netherlands. My forefathers were not the ones who committed those horrible crimes against the First Nations in Canada. But they in the past were just as guilty of it in other parts of the world. I am a small business owner in Osoyoos. Now I would like to offer all Indigenous Canadians a discount on their purchases as my small token of reconciliation. This would not only be limited to OIB members, but would apply to all First Nations people. The problem I see it is how to represent or how to present this offer. I do not want it to be construed as hokey, nor as attention-grabbing, which it is not meant to be at all. So I'm writing to you and asking you, how can I proceed? Please be your blunt, honest self. I can take criticism if you think this is an offensive or stupid idea. I texted that small business owner back the other day, and I thanked him for his offer. And I said, just write us a letter, because I think it's an awesome offer. It's a gesture. And we're here talking about how Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people can work together. Often it starts with little gestures. Often it starts with gatherings like this, where we talk about putting our words into action. Because I'm a firm believer in putting our words into action and walking your talk. I've been around for a long time, and every time I deal with government or industry, they all put up their hands and say we want a relationship with First Nations. They all do that. It's easy to put up your hand. It's easy to say a few good words or to have a First Nation open your meeting with a prayer. It's easy to put up a piece of native art in your office. It's easy to have First Nations people come and dance at your gatherings or events. That's easy stuff. I tell Native people, for Osoyoos, what I want is for you to be our customers at our First Nation businesses. That's how we develop a real relationship. When was the last time you dug into your purse or wallet and became a customer at a First Nation business? That's the type of business relationship I want with non-Native people. And I tell my people, because sometimes I gas up in town. We own 2 gas stations, one on the north end of the res and one on the south end. And some of these myths that go around, even Justin Bieber said First Nations people get free gas. We own 2 gas stations, and I'm the chief, and I have never gotten free gas at the Osoyoos Indian Band gas stations. But I often gas up in town, and sometimes my own people give me heck over that. But I have to remind them that a business relationship is a 2-way street. It's not one way. If we want non-Native people to be our customers, we have to be their customers. I want my people gassing up off the reserve. We have a golf course on our res. I tell my golfers, I want you golfing at Fairview. I want you golfing at Osoyoos Golf and Country Club. That's a two-way street. We have to be your customers like you have to be our customers. That's the type of relationship that I want to see across this country. And there will be more additions to reserves. We did that with the town of Osoyoos. When we settled one of our land claims back in the mid-90s, and all across the country, Native people realized land is more important than money. So we got $12 million, some from the province, some from the feds. But part of the agreement was we lost 4,000 acres of reserve land back in the late 1800s. And we will never get that land back because half the town of Oliver is on it, the hospital's on it, the hockey arena's on it. Hundreds of non-natives have their homes built on it. The government's not going to give us that land back. So we had to settle for money. But we didn't want the money. So part of our land claim was that we could use a portion of it to buy on a willing seller, willing buyer, additional lands that would be transferred into reserve status. And I know full well, just like in Thunder Bay, there's racism. I know full well every town and city is full of it. You know how I know? My ongoing research. When I land in a city or town, who is the first person I get a chance to talk to? Taxi driver. That's the first person I get a chance to talk to. And if you've traveled enough, and even Canada, you notice most taxi drivers have an accent. Most taxi drivers I run into in Edmonton, Calgary, Montreal, Toronto, they have an accent. They haven't been in country very long. This is my little research that I've been doing for like 20 years. I love talking to taxi drivers. They have one of the hardest jobs. I have a high degree of respect for taxi drivers. 12-hour shifts. Wow. And having to go to work so early, be away from their family and the kids, being a taxi driver. So this is what I ask taxi drivers. I ask them, are there natives, are there First Nations in this town, in this city? I want to know about the First Nations here. And I want you to be honest with me. Because nothing you say, nothing any non-native can say will make me ashamed to be First Nations. Because I'm too proud of an Indian. I'm too proud of a First Nations person to let any non-native racist remarks intimidate me or make me put my head down. In fact, sometimes I get asked to speak at racism events. And I said, are you sure you want me there? Because racism doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me one little bit. Because I'm too proud of a First Nations person to be bothered by it. In fact, the problem I have back home with my res crowd, my res boys, is to tell them, quit beating up on those white people. When I went to school in high school, nobody, even though we were the minority of minorities, nobody messed with the Indian kids. Nobody did. Because our people grew up fighting. And our people are pretty damn good fighters, even as little guys. Sometimes I have to go to the white school to talk to the Indian kids and say, leave them alone. Don't hit them so much. Just quit fighting. Because whether it's our people or Apaches or Mohawks, we grew up fighting, especially in residential school. That's where most of our fighting really started, was in residential school. So this is what I asked taxi drivers. I said, I want your honesty. How are the natives in this town? Do you pick up natives? Where's the native section of this city? No matter where I go, you know where the native section of every city is? It's usually the poorest. It's always the poorest section of town. In Regina, they call it the hood. It's where most of the Aboriginals live, the hood. And I tell taxi drivers, be honest with me. I'll tip you better the more honest you are with me. So this is what taxi drivers, even a few weeks ago, said to me. Native people are lazy. Native people are drunks. Native people don't want to work. The government pays Native people not to work. Natives get a free education. They get free housing. They get everything free. And usually the time that I see Native people is on that one day of the month when they get their welfare checks. And they call the cab drivers to run them back and forth to the reserve or back and forth to the poor section of town. So that's the impression of newcomers to this country. I often think, I don't think taxi drivers are the only ones that say that. In fact, I know taxi drivers are not the only ones that have that impression of First Nations people. Sometimes I wonder, where do they get this concept? Because they never had First Nations in the countries that they came from. But yet, in a matter of a short period of time, that's the stereotype that they have of our people. They didn't bring it overseas, over to here. They got some of this stuff from the non-natives that live in those cities and towns. I'll guarantee you that. They didn't bring it all over from overseas. They didn't just see it because they see our people being unemployed and having to live in poverty. But that's my ongoing research. And I talk to taxi drivers all the time about Native people. When a taxi I'm going to catch, going back to the airport, I'm going to ask the taxi driver the same thing. What's your impression of the First Nations people in Thunder Bay? What's your guess on what he's going to say to me? I can guess. So that McLean's article, I kept it because I'm going to show it on my PowerPoints. That woman's face and what was said to her by people in Winnipeg. Many of you probably saw that cover. I hope you did. Because we can't shove this stuff underneath the rug any longer. One of my heroes said this. It's one of the best quotes that I've ever read. You are responsible not only for what you say, but also for what you do not say. I love that quote. You know who said that? Martin Luther King. So with that, I want to show this, again, the short video. Andre has set this up. When I come to a conference, the first person I want to meet is the tech audio person. Andre is pretty good. I like working with Andre. He's been able to set this stuff up, so let's play the video, Andre.
The people who came first call it mother, because it is everything. And without it, there is nothing. No food, no shelter, no light. It is the land. History records no stronger bond with Mother Earth than the tribal nations that flourished in what is now North America. Today, after more than 100 years of cultural annihilation, First Nations are emerging from their land as a new force in an area that was once the sole domain of their colonizers. These new capitalists are Cree, Inuit, First Nations from across the country. story of Canada's rich nations, a new generation with a vision of pride and profit grown from where it all began, from the land. Across Canada, there is a new class of business people.
This is the end of the reserve, and it just goes straight north to Oliver.
Forging a path of prosperity from a painful past. They own hotels, golf courses, and wineries. High-end luxury, all on native reserves. The status Indian is taking on a whole new meaning. It was the idea of Chief Clarence Louie. Spend a few minutes with him, and you'll quickly realize he's a no-nonsense executive, happy to smash stereotypes.
Well, don't talk to me about philosophy. I don't want to hear that, you fly with the eagles or run with the deer or swim with the salmon, and I want to see how many jobs you've created. I want to see that those guidelines of the per capita income of our people.
With so much poverty in so many First Nations communities across the country, one chief offers Native Canadians some pretty blunt advice. Simply work harder. Chief Clarence Louie wants them to take their economic future into their own hands. You should know, his band owns and runs several successful businesses. As Darryl McIntyre reports, it's why the tough-talking chief doesn't apologize for making money or for encouraging others to do the same.
The Osoyoos Reserve is already 32,000 acres in the lush South Okanagan Valley. Close to 2 towns, it's prime tourist territory and prime agricultural land. And in the past 20 years, under Clarence Louie's leadership, the Osoyoos Indian Band has cashed in on its prime location, launching a series of successful companies. A golf course, a 4-star resort and spa, a native cultural center, a high-end winery and hundreds of acres of top-quality vineyard, a gas station and convenience store, and a construction company and concrete plant. Last year, those companies employed every band member who wanted a job, and members of 13 other bands, and hundreds of non-natives.
You cannot share a continent with somebody and allow them not to have the same opportunities and the same benefits from this incredibly rich society that we have.
The economy is always the #1 issue to the federal and provincial governments. I want to see it to be the #1 issue to First Nations.
I'm Lisa Meaches. Welcome to the Sharing Circle. After 150 years of trying, the attempt to create a true partnership between Aboriginal peoples and the federal government has mostly failed. Today, Canada is a place where many of its Indigenous citizens do not share in the country's wealth or opportunity for a healthy, prosperous life. And the effort to fix this disparity is an ongoing struggle. Now, as the social and economic picture for Aboriginal people worsens, the challenge to make a more equitable Canada, one that includes its First Nations, has a sense of urgency. And as we see in this documentary, solving the seemingly never-ending problem is generating some unique ideas. There are approximately 1 million Indigenous people in Canada. They include Inuit, Métis, and Status Indians. About half live on the 2,400 Indian reserves scattered across the country. Many reserves are plagued with poverty, unemployment, poor health, substandard housing, and crumbling infrastructure. Still, for most residents, this is their home, where they are connected to the community and to the land that's imbued with an ancestral spirit. But the lack of social and economic opportunity here means many Aboriginal people choose to leave the reserve in search of a better life. Next, a different perspective on how to make it work, changing the relationship between Aboriginal people and the government of Canada.
The best social program's a job. I think most non-Native people want to work. Well, guess what? Most Native people want to work too.
Down the road from where the Colonial Accord was signed, stretching along the shores of Osoyoos Lake in BC's South Okanagan, is the land of the Inkmeep Indian Reserve. With only 450 band members, this First Nation is blazing a trail and caring for its community's socio-economic needs. Leading the way over the past 2 decades is Chief of the Osoyoos Indian Band, Clarence Louie. Today he's watching his daughter play in a local basketball tournament. But most days, he's consumed by his passion, business and economic development.
One of the few chiefs that'll say I like doing 2 basic things, and that's creating jobs and making money. And there are a number of bands, whether in the States or Canada, are focusing on economic development and starting to look after their own social, cultural, recreational needs, educational needs, health needs. We have more band-owned businesses per capita than any band in Canada. This mentality that whatever natives have has to be poverty-looking, has to be beat up and old and second-hand, third-hand. You know, the CCA band's changing that mindset. Our kids know whatever they have just as good as anybody else. And I think that's what any parent or grandparent wants for their kids, to have as good as everybody else is getting. We get that is through economic development.
For this band, success comes from owning their own land and making their own money. It's why Chief Louie thinks it's time to change what he says is a worn-out formula of how government deals with Aboriginal people.
It's 96% social spending and only 4% economic development. And that formula has been in existence for over 100 years. And whether it's the Royal Commission report or the Colonial Accord, it's still the same stupid failed formula. Economic development is not the priority. That's why we have Aboriginal poverty in Canada and one of the richest countries in the world. That Colonial Accord is going to be a waste of money unless there's an economic development focus to it. And that's what I put my platform on. It's always economic development. That's what pays for everything.
Thank you.
Our people have to get from the mentality from spending money to making money. If we can get that mind shift from spending money to making money, you know, there won't be Aboriginal poverty in Canada. We'll be contributing to the Canadian economy.
When I watched that video, it reminded me of our kids' basketball team. We're hockey players back home. But my wife started a kids' basketball team 5-8 years ago. Played in a local town, played in a non-native league. When people say Native people aren't competitive, I disagree with that. They were culturally not competitive. Even some natives say that. They were not competitive. It's not in our culture. I call BS on that. Don't tell me horse racing wasn't competitive, or canoe racing wasn't competitive, or hand games, or bone games, or lacrosse, our traditional games weren't competitive. We're a competitive people. We were. It's time we get back to that. That little basketball team, these little kids, they played in the white league. We said, we want an Indian team in the league. We don't want our kids. Our kids won't play if you tell them they have to get mixed up. They won't. They want to play together. First year, our kids lost every game. Second year, they won every game. So we go to our PowerPoint. I've got a few slides here to show. Andre, I think the lights will have to go down a little bit. I sit on many government boards, nationally, provincially, and my talk doesn't change. I will continue to call on government and mayors and councils to deal with the unemployment rates amongst First Nations people. Why I pressed the wrong button? Andre is supposed to teach me here. Even down in the States, because we are a cross-border tribe, the Okanagan people, like the Mohawk, the Blackfoot people, when they put that border there, half of my people got put on a reservation in the United States, in Washington, D.C. In Washington State. I love what Obama said here, because what he said there applies to the First Nations in this country. That our people should not have to leave the reservations or leave the reserves in order to find work. This was on the front page of a newspaper a few years ago. I firmly believe you want to call yourself a warrior, it starts with having a job. It doesn't end there, but as an adult, you got three choices. Either go to school, you get a job. If you're not doing any of those things, I think you need some counseling. Employment counseling, not that other type of counseling. My goal will continue to create enough jobs for the future generations. We're probably the only First Nation that can put up our hand and say that we employ First Nations people. From over 35 different First Nations work on my res. They come from Manitoba, they come from Saskatchewan, they come from all over BC, and they come from the Yukon. Youngest and fastest growing population in this country has been said over and over again is the Aboriginal people. And we don't want handouts. I don't like it when I hear chambers of commerce, our provincial governments, our industries saying that we need to ease up the foreign worker program. We need to bring in more foreign workers because of the demographics in the trades industry. There's going to be a shortage because the baby boomers are all retiring. I was in Vancouver one time where the mayors and councils were gathering in chambers of commerce, sitting outside, and I asked a native person that came out the door, I said, what are they talking about in there? He said they're talking about that we need more foreign workers in this country. We need to ease up on the foreign workers programs. I went in there and told all those mayors and councils, the First Nations in this country aren't on your radar screen. We don't count. When there's Great Depression numbers, Native people with 90% unemployment on their reserves. I said, how can you guys talk about bringing in more foreign workers until the First Nations people are part of your agenda, or until we have the same unemployment rates as the rest of the people in this country? We don't need foreign workers in this country. We need the First Nations people, the original people, to have those jobs. I love what this elder said in northern BC. Aboriginal teens, we need a new type of hunter today. Aboriginal youth need to become hunters for jobs, for education, and for business. You can't talk about poverty without talking about jobs. I love it when I see, just like it was in Treaty 3 yesterday, First Nations people having conferences focusing on economic development. I had to bring my Habs jersey with me. I was surprised in Australia that they use that term First Nation. But the point of this is to say even in other indigenous countries, they're having conferences just on economic development. We never had that before, 5 years ago. I was watching CNN a few months ago. I can't remember if it was Hillary Clinton or her daughter. She was asked, what's the biggest problem in the inner cities in the U.S.? What's the biggest problem? She said, unemployed young black men. I'll tell Canada, the biggest problem in this country, the biggest problem in Thunder Bay region is unemployed young Native people. I'm a big believer in summer jobs. I'm looking forward to working with my staff back home because every person on my res, when they're working age, they're in a real job. I love it. You come to our golf course, our campground, our RV park, our gas stations, the stores, our hotels. We put youth right at the front lines. We give them all those training programs. I love it when I see young Native youth working at cash registers and saying, good morning, how are you? To tourists from all over the world. Have a nice day. And then they take money from white people. That's what I love seeing. Our people need to work in the trades industries. I love it what this Métis person said. Every Aboriginal person should have a dream job. They bring youth to our community because Native people are visual people. Our young people need to see Native economic development in action. I love it when they bring their high school groups from all over the country to Osoyoos, to our res, and they stay at our places. And the youth see Native people holding managerial jobs. They see Native people working behind those counters. This is the stuff I read. This is a project that got some controversy, even amongst my own people. There's an army of construction workers working on the north end of our reserve in our industrial park. For the first time ever, a provincial prison is being built on an Indian reserve. And we work with Premier Clark, her cabinet, to have this $200 million project that's going to create almost 300 full-time jobs on our res. And Native people, I'm getting resumes from all across the country of Native people that want to work in this prison, not just as correctional officers, but in the health area, in the nursing area, in the administration area, in the cooking area. In fact, the mayors of both towns of Oliver and Osoyoos keep on talking about how much of an economic impact this is going to have in our region. A couple of Native people working on this project. That one on the right. This is how this Indian magic works sometimes. I believe in Indian magic. All of a sudden I got a call from one of my band members and his chiefs. We don't know all of our band members, even though my population's only a little over 500. We have Natives scattered throughout the U.S. and Canada. Band members have grown up in Texas. I don't know all my band members. All of a sudden I got a call from this young lady. And I asked her, are you a member of which band? She said, I'm a member of Osoyoos. I said, really? What's your name? She told me her name. She said, I'm just graduating from NBIT as an electrician. And I want to know if the band has any apprentice opportunities for me. She called the same time the company that got the contract on this prison. And right now, when I go back home, I'll see her again on that construction site. So it matched up. The timelines just matched up perfectly. Sometimes this Indian magic does work. And I've seen it happen over and over again. And so even though some of my own people voted against this project, this is how I make a decision as a chief. I got this imaginary scale in my mind. with pluses and minuses. When people say, well, Clarence, having a prison on the reserve, Aboriginal people are overrepresented in the prison, blah, 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 it's going to cause this damage. And I said, well, I've already got that one on my list. Well, it's going to cause this too. This is negative about having a prison on the reserve. I said, I've heard all those negative comments. I got them on my list. Now you want to hear my plus side? The plus reasons far outweigh the negative reasons. So as most decisions we make as leaders, they're not all to the good or they're not all to the bad. There's always good and bad in every decision that we make. That's how I make my decisions, that imaginary scale. I'm going to close up with this slide. Again, from one of my teachers. And that's the message I'll leave with Thunder Bay business people, Chamber of Commerce, the chiefs and councils, the native people in the room, some of my new business friends I hope to do business with. I've got your cards. The time is always right to do the right thing. In the chamber, hear your group, hear what you put on here today is a lesson for me, because I've spoken at chamber events before. There's usually not very many native people in the room. There's especially not a First Nation chair. So there is a spark here. There's a spark here. It's the responsibility of everyone to keep going. And to realize there is still some stupid stuff out there happening between natives and non-native people. Some real dumb stuff, some real dumb stereotypes that still carry on. And not all of you can be blamed, because in every society there's a group of idiots, right? Every society. Even with native people. We're not perfect. We got some people on our side of the scale that need to wisen up and smarten up. And not be as racist as well. Because I know a lot of native people that say shit that they shouldn't say. So with that, some of you have told me you've been to our resort, you've come to Osoyoos. I hope some of you will come back, bring your families. This is what I tell government. Our wines are winning awards all over the world. Our wines went up against the California wines. Our ice wine last year scored 100 out of 100. Can't get any better than that. And I tell government officials, some of our wines will be brought to Europe on my European tour. If more of your leadership start drinking our wine, that's how we're going to get some of our land back. Vinland, thank you.
Thank you very much for a very enlightening talk. I think it's not about what's possible, it is reality there. And I think that's the part that we want to thank you for, that it is reality, it's not just a possibility. And we do have time for a couple of questions. So if we have anybody that's interested in a question or two. Oh, Glenn? Yeah, there's one coming, Glenn.
My name is Glenn Nolan. I'm the member of the Nishnawbe Cree, and Clarence, we've met. Thank you for your presentation. My community is going through a decision-making process. We've received land from the province for the first time since the treaty was signed in 1905, and I've been opposing it turned into reserve lands. So we're having that discussion right now with our community.
what is your opinion on reserve land versus fee simple lands?
Just before I get to that, I forgot to mention one thing. Trudy, thank you for the respect buttons. Respect, it begins with you and me. These are awesome, so thank you. We went through, when we settled that land claim, I told government, we'll only settle this if, I don't want the mayor and councils to have a veto power over additions to reserve. Because I know, I still firmly believe most non-native people don't like the fact there's still reserves in today. Most governments don't like the fact that there's, reserves weren't supposed to be around in this day and age. They were supposed to be to assimilate native people, get them into the mainstream, then we give up our identity and we join this melting pot myth. That's how John A. Macdonald and George Washington, that was their idea of reservations and reserves. But of course we resisted, we ruined their plan. There's additions to reserve and treaty land entitlement all across the prairie where there's urban reserves being created. Because for many First Nations people, we were marginalized on the worst pieces of property. That's why there's so much flooding in Indian country. Or the remoteness factors, you can only fly in, or you need ice roads. I firmly believe our people need to have those, because in business, it's true, location, location, location. So for economic possibilities, you need the right location. And on our additions to reserves, because of the agricultural land reserve, the provincial zoning, if we bought land within the town, within the regional district, we bought some land within the town of Osoyoos. We told government they can't have a veto power on that, else we're not going to settle this land claim. But we had to pay them back on a negotiated tax. We had to a lump sum payment because they were going to lose taxes on that land. But we got the land out of ALR, which nobody else can do. And that's where we put our second gas station in store, and that's where I'm meeting with people like Brian Burke and NHL top wigs that are looking at doing a hockey arena. So in those particular cases, we had to get into reserve status, or the zoning would never allow the development that we want to do. But on some of our properties that we bought, we're not going to transfer them into reserve status so that we can use them as collateral for loans to get into other business ventures. And I just want to make the point here that the biggest land purchases that we've done, and this is why non-native people don't get how Indians think in business. I'd say I'm still learning how to be a business person. But there's one thing we will never do, and I tell Corporate Canada this and our advisors. We will never become mere images of Corporate Canada as a First Nation. That's not what we're about. We just don't look at the bottom line. We just don't look at profits. We look at other things as well. And on this piece of land that I went and looked at last week, it's 1,100 acres. And this guy keeps on telling me, well, it's zoned for this, it's zoned for that. You can potentially build multi-million-dollar houses on it, blah, blah, blah. I said, I don't care about any of that. You know why we're looking at this piece of land? I brought some of the hunters with me. We're looking at it not to make a dime off of. If we buy it, we're buying it not to make a dime off of. We're buying it, in fact, to stop development. Our biggest purchase of 300 acres that we bought about 10 years ago, we've never made a dime off of. We stopped the housing development. It was going to affect the north half of our hunting grounds. And we bought that land not to make a dime. So some of our land purchases we buy not to make a dime. We buy it for cultural reasons, for cultural purposes. So it depends on whether you want to, if it's economic approach you're taking or cultural or preservation approaches. We buy a mix of land, and some land we do for economic purposes. We need that in reserve status to get our taxation benefits and to pass on some of those taxation benefits to the non-native person that's involved with us on developing that property. But I'll say it again, our biggest land purchases are for cultural reasons, for hunting reasons, for berry picking reasons, for root. It's for our people have the space just to go out on the land where they don't have to climb over somebody's fence, or they don't have to come up to a sign that says no trespassing. I hate it when I see those no trespassing signs in our hunting lands. We climb over the fences anyways. But if we buy this 1,100 acres, we don't have to climb over those fences.
Time for one more question.
Chief Louie, I'm wondering, the Aboriginal communities work on a 2,000-year window, and you're dealing with politicians who work on a 3 or 4 year window. How do you bridge the gap?
Yeah, that's quite the gap. I think a lot of these Supreme Court Canada court decisions, like the one that came out in BC, which affects the entire country, in the fact that it wasn't that long ago, every province, almost every province now has an Aboriginal ministry. They never had that before. Every province now has an Aboriginal Minister of Affairs. All the major corporations have an Aboriginal engagement strategy. Aboriginal people either working or liaison officers or whatever it may be. To me, I think it's the business gap that's going to close it, not the political. That's why I love hanging around business people. Politicians, whether they're native or non-native, politicians don't think like business people, are real leaders. I read this I love reading business books and autobiographies of successful people. One of the books I read said there's a big difference between a leader and a politician. Some of the differences are a politician will make promises to you and say, this is what I'll do for you. Elect me, this is what I'll do for you. But a leader will stand up there and tell you what you must do for yourself. That's a big difference between a leader and a politician. I don't consider myself a politician. I actually don't like that word. I consider myself a worker. One of the best compliments I can give anyone is to say, you're a damn good worker. You're earning your paycheck. So leaders and politicians are different. That's why I love hanging around business people. You can't get away with lying much in business as you can in politics. Sooner or later, you're going to get found out. In business, people work harder, and you don't have this phony relationship. Because in politics, once you're not elected, you don't exist anymore. But back home, the business relationships that we've formed with the local community, the spin-off benefits of all these trades of that jail, and we're doing the other project I have to mention, be the first time in Indian country as well. We agreed to lease out 300 acres of our land for a racetrack designed by Jacques Villeneuve. That's like having Tiger Woods design your golf course. And they hope to start construction in a matter of weeks. And at our Spirit Ridge, at our resort, as was last year, all of these car enthusiasts, it's not a figure-8 track, it's not an oval track, it's like having a private yacht club. If you own the Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Porsches, Mercedes, whatever. It's amazing. Some of these cars cost over $1 million. They're going to be at our resort for 2 days again. They were there last year. We had to get rid of our speed bumps because these cars that cost $1 million are built so low to the ground. And what I liked about that event, I've never seen so many millionaires on my reserve. Because to own cars like that, unless you're a drug dealer, you got your money in business. I love hanging around business people. I love hanging around millionaires. That's what I tell the chief. Start hanging around millionaires. Those politicians will always be there. Start hanging around millionaires. And the best relationships I've ever had outside of sports is business, where people, we have friendships now. It's not just a business relationship. And I can't wait for this Area 27 track to open. bring your Lamborghini, bring your $1 million car. We're going to have this event, many events on our res where millionaires in the Harley dealership signed up too, so that's the part I really like. But it's those type of things, whether it's golf or whether it's hockey. When we played in the hockey, we had our Indian team in hockey in the hockey league. That's how non-native people got to really respect members of the Osoyoos Indian Band, was because of business and sports. When we played against them on the ice, there'd be some pushing and some harsh words exchanged. But after the game, we shake hands, have a few pops, and we get along. Even the cops. Sometimes my people have what we call res licenses. They don't have a driver's license, they don't have insurance, they drive their car into town, and the cop says, "Oh, hey, pup, get back to the, time for you to get back to the reserve." Because he has no insurance, but he doesn't arrest them. We have we have this business relationship with all the agencies in our area. That's why I keep on saying the original treaty relationship was a business relationship. The fur trade, or whatever you want, the original business relationship. It wasn't somebody being dependent on the other. So I think it's going to be business. It's going to speed up the political process. What's the old saying? If you want political power, first get economic power. If you got economic power, political power is a gimme. Politicians always follow the money, guaranteed. Thank you. Thanks, Andre.
Thank you, Chief Louie, on behalf of the Chamber, being here and sharing your message and words with us today. I've heard Chief Louie a number of times out there, and every time I pull messages from what he has to say. Such a powerful speaker, so thanks once again, Chief Louie. Alrighty, we've got about 5 minutes as we move into our concurrent sessions. Here you'll see the understanding the social, cultural, and economic impacts of First Nations business. Across the hall we'll have the business of Aboriginal business. So you got 5 minutes to get to those sessions, whichever one you decide to choose. We'll get rolling in about 5 minutes. Sorry folks, clarification. Digging deeper, understanding cultural, social, economic impacts is in this room. Aboriginal solutions to the workforce, education, and training needs is across the hall in the what's the name of the room? It's across the hall. Kensington room. This is your 2-minute warning, making your way to the seats. Workforce needs and challenges across the hall in Kensington room. Understanding the cultural, social, and economic impacts of First Nations here in the embassy room. 2-minute warning. All right. All right, folks. Hello. All right, folks, if you could please take your seats if you're joining us in the embassy here for the Understanding the Cultural, Social, and Economic Impacts. Please make your way to your seats. We're going to begin momentarily as soon as we get people seated. Please make your way here. If you're looking at the workforce needs, that's in the room across the hall. All right, folks, we're going to get underway. If you're attending the session, please come and have a seat. Yeah. So with us today, understanding this cultural, social, and economic impacts of First Nations business. The format for today will be a brief presentation from each of our panelists, and then we'll be having some questions here. I've got some instigating questions if nobody has any, but now's your chance to ask the experts some of your pressing questions about how we initiate change. With us on the panel, we have Dr. Cynthia Wesley Eskimo. Dr. Cynthia Wesley Eskimo is Vice Provost, Aboriginal Initiatives at Lakehead University. She serves as a status-only assistant professor for the Faculty of Social Work, University of Toronto, and as an adjunct assistant professor at Lakehead University. Cynthia is interested in environmental and humanitarian causes and is actively engaged in a variety of initiatives across Canada. Her research and academic writing is directed towards understanding the continuing transmission of historic and intergenerational trauma and unresolved grief, primarily within the Aboriginal community. She's a member of the Chippewa of the Georgina Island First Nation in Lake Simcoe, Ontario, and has dedicated her life to building bridges of understandings between people. Cynthia sees endless merit in bringing people from diverse cultures, ages, and backgrounds together to engage in practical dialogue and applied research initiatives. Please welcome Cynthia Wesley Eskimo. To her right, we have Mr. David Paul Ashnipadishka from Matawa First Nation. David Paul is the Chief CEO for Matawa First Nation, a tribal council group of 9 First Nations located within North Central Ontario. David Paul started as a band counselor in 1971 and then became the band manager for his home community of Martin Falls. Since 1975, David Paul has worked in various management and executive capacities for organizations such as Constant Lakes First Nation, Chiefs of Ontario, Rainy River First Nations, and Nishnawbe Aski Nation. David Paul has spent more than 40 years working for his people. David Paul has served with the Matawa First Nation from 1998 to 1995 and more recently as the Chief Executive Officer since 2006. David Paul attended residential schools during his primary education and went on to graduate from Geraldton Composite High School in 1970. David Paul's dream is that someday his peoples will be self-sufficient and independent like they were more than 100 years ago. Please welcome David Paul. And last but not least, many of you know our good friend Brian Davey, who was up here earlier. Brian's the Executive Director for NADF. Which provides management, consultant, and employee in both the public and private sectors. Much of his experience is focused in Northern Ontario on the resource sector, infrastructure development, and financing. Presently, he's the Executive Director of NADF. In the past, he's worked for Matawa First Nations Management, First Nation Equity, Economic Renewal Initiative, and the Nishnawbe Aski Nation, including working as a private consultant. Brian is a Native Studies graduate from Trent University. He was born in Moose Factory, Ontario, and is a member of Moose Cree First Nation and currently resides with his spouse, Lisa, in Thunder Bay, Ontario. He has 2 daughters, Courtney and Brianne, and 3 grandsons, Cohen, Phoenix, and Kyler. If you folks can hear me at the back, if we can just keep the chatter down to a minimum, just so we can respect the panelists and the folks that are here, especially when they're speaking. I don't mind if you cut me off, but let's make sure we hear for the folks that are in the room what our panelists have to say today. Feel free to join us, get a little closer if you like. I'm going to give each of the panelists a few minutes just to introduce themselves and what their organization does as it pertains to Aboriginal business. But at any time, if you have a question beyond that, maybe just come up to the side here and we'll have you come up and ask your questions so our panelists can get your dialogue, your feedback, and your engagement. So we'll start with Cynthia to bring us through a brief presentation on some of the great work that she's doing at Lakehead and with her Roots Exchange.
All you want me to do is introduce myself.
If you can go through your piece.
You want me to go through? Okay, so we're going to do the whole thing. Okay, hi, my name is Cynthia Wesley Eskimo. I'm from the Chippewa Georgian Island First Nation in Lake Simcoe, which is just north of Toronto. I'm Otter Clan, and I've been in Thunder Bay for 2 years as the Vice Provost Aboriginal Initiatives at Lakehead University. And I'm going to talk to you about a project that we've started about a year ago and is developing into a very great concept. Now, can you see that? Maybe we have to turn the lights on a little bit. Yeah. I'm going to step off the stage so I don't fall off the stage. All right, so this is a project that we initiated. Now this is a northwest, the entire northwest region project. It's going down to as far as Greenstone, as high north as Fort Severn, and over to the Manitoba border, and of course taking in us. And the idea behind it is it's called the Coordinated Learning Access Network. Now it's a little bit selfish the way it started out. When I first got here, I wanted to know where are all the educational pieces, who's doing what across the city, so that when I have students come in the door of Lakehead and I can't take care of them myself, where do I send them, who do I send them to? Because I know from experience that students who are just coming into the city are intimidated to walk through certain doors where they've never gone through before. So I didn't want to leave them sort of hanging there. I thought, well, let's find out where everybody is. There was no databases set up that would accommodate that, so I said, well, so let's start to do something and look for some software that's going to be intuitive enough to do what I want it to do, because I wanted it to also be able to take those students and inspire them as well. So I didn't want just for them to know where to go, I wanted more of it. So that's what we ended up calling it. And we have about 60, we've had about 60 people at our various meetings coming over to find out what it's all about. And what happened was, in March, I took about 70 kids over to Winnipeg for a youth conference, and they put me on a bus as we were traveling, and the kid sitting next to me, well, he was only 21 years old, so to me he's a kid, I said, what do you do? And he said, well, we do a database, and it's a job, it's a database that brings jobs to you as opposed to you going to search for the jobs. And we started to talk about it a little bit more. It's very new. It was only initiated in September last year. And so we talked for a while about that, and I said, well, maybe you're the guy I want to talk to, because what I'm trying to do is set up a database that's very intuitive, but what I'm not so, I guess we're interested in the jobs, obviously, because we got to get our kids working, but I'm also interested in the educational side of it. And so we started to talk about maybe embedding that sort of thing into the process. So it's going to work. It's a database that's going to bring, it's going to have a lot of different kinds of metrics in it that we need to have. We need to know where kids are. We need to know what kinds of jobs they're looking for. We need to know what kind of educational backgrounds they already have. And we need that gap analysis. So I said, do you guys think you could develop a gap analysis in the middle that will help our students be inspired by what the possibilities are, and it's also aspirational, so that when they go into it and they put their data in, it says, okay, so this is your educational accomplishment. These are the jobs that are now open to you. However, if you go actually make it work very well. And so they said, well, we don't actually have that kind of a thing, but perhaps we so that it would be useful to you and useful to us. This is just the sign-up sheet, and we've actually had them change all of the sign-up sheets to accommodate Aboriginal learners. Now, this process is for every learner in the Northwest. It's for everybody. It's not just for Aboriginal students. And we said, that's fine, I would like to have everybody on it, but my target is obviously the Aboriginal students that come in the door, or that go to the college, or that go to Oshkosh, or that go to 7 Generations. We want to get them working, and we want to get them hooked up with all of the people that are offering jobs, whether it's a mom and pop shop downtown, or it's a big corporation. We need to know, they have to be able to find each other a little bit more effectively than they've been doing it, so we want to be able to help them with it. We have enough resource in this process to be able to also provide them with people that will help them. So we're going to be hiring plan coordinators or other students who are then trained on the system, who will help other students get on this, and we're working with the northern communities already. So we're trying to get everybody on this thing, so you want it too. So these are some of the things that they talk about, pre-qualifying candidates. You know, it's very specific. The other thing about Magnet that I really like is it's a blind search. So one of the things that I was told by students in Thunder Bay was, well, sometimes I can't even get in the door because I have an Aboriginal name, and I get disqualified right away. I've had students say to me that they were told by their parents, just change your name so that you can get in the door and get the kind of job you want, because as they mentioned earlier, there are a lot of stereotypes in this city about Aboriginal peoples and their qualification, their skills levels, their ability to work and all the rest of it, so we had to change that. So this is a blind search. There's no gender here, and it's only matched to skill sets. If the employer actually wants to know a little bit more about the candidate, it's free for the candidate to put their materials in, but the employer pays $10. So we figure if you pay the $10, you're going to want to go to the next step and know who the candidate actually is. So so that was a very important part for us, that it be a blind search. So this is our proposed concept. This is what it looks like. Now those pieces on the wheel are actually live when it's actually operational. So the student can come in and say, well, where do I go to get the educational credentials that I need? And we will have all of the educational pieces in the Northwest on this, right down to going to the Friendship Center to get upgrading for your high school credits, all the way to the university, and your ability to get in there, and names and addresses and all the rest associated to it. We'll have, I know what kind of job I want, but what kind of jobs are available in the region that I'm in. That's also live, and people can go to that. And how can I get some help? So there's mentoring there, and there's also a live feed there. So we'll have actually a person responding on the other side of that when they need some assistance, either to fill out things or to get some more information. And then the final thing is the educational requirements that are essential for those skill sets. Now, it's going to be very hard for you to see that. But so this is an idea. So if the person came in and they said they wanted to do skilled trades, they wanted to know something about skilled trades within a 90-mile radius of Thunder Bay, these are the jobs that would actually come up. So they would pop up from the database saying, okay, so these are the ones that are open right now, and you can apply for. And then at the bottom, you can't see it either, but there's a piece in the bottom that says it's for Aboriginal people, for members of visible minorities, for newcomers to Canada, disabled persons, LGBTQ people, veterans, and women. So you can actually go even deeper into that. If somebody's got a job that's for a disabled person, and you click on that, those jobs will come up as well, so that they'll be centered, they'll be able to access them and make it possible. The next piece is when they go in there, they can actually look at, well, how many people are actually employed in these particular jobs, and it tells you here, the metrics will tell them 91% of the people that are in the skilled trades are actually actively employed. And here's the ones that are still looking for jobs, and here's the ones that are not actively engaged in a job search. So it gives you all of that different information, and then beneath that, it actually says how much money would a graduate or an employee in this particular field make. So that's part of the aspirational thing, is if you actually finish your education, you get a skilled trade, this is the kind of dollars that you will be able to make to carry you through. Right now we don't have anything like that, and we're hopeful that the students will actually say, well then I want to be a part of that because it sounds like something that I would be able to do. The other piece is, these pieces at the top in green, again you can't probably see them very well, are actually matched to that initial circle when we came in. And so when they ask, well, where do I go to get this education that I need to do this, that's where it'll all pop up. So every educational piece in the Northwest region will come up, and they can actually actively go ahead and call somebody directly on that, and they'll be able to get the assistance they need to get the grades that they need. And the other piece that it will do is, if they go in and say, well, these are my skill sets, I have a high school education, and these are the jobs that I'm actually qualified to have, this database will also say, if you actually finished a ticket or went to welding school, these are the jobs that you're now eligible for. So it's actually fairly intuitive, and it works in a pretty amazing. We've already had a demonstration of it. And this piece actually says at the top, okay, so I want to do all that, and I need the money to do it because, as we know, the government hasn't necessarily raised the 2% cap. There's not a whole lot of resources available for Aboriginal students in particular, but because other students will be using this system, when they click on the last one, it'll actually tell them where they need to go to get the money they need to go to school. And we're going to link it to all of the different databases, Jobs Canada and all the rest of it, so that all that information will now pop up and they'll have the ability to see where they need to go to get the resources that they want to have to be able to go to school. So, what do we need from you? Well, not necessarily from you personally. It's an expensive process because it's in the concept mode. We've done a lot of the developmental stuff, and I'm actually now speaking to the government, and I'm speaking to a variety of people. Let me also tell you that this system is actually in 25 universities across Canada. Lakehead is the 25th university to come into this system, so it's actively engaged. We know that there are probably 65,000 young people on this system already. And even if you go in and register yourself now, today, as a business or as an employee, you'll have access to those all of those places. The thing was, they had nothing up here. When I went and actually looked at this, and I put in they didn't even have Thunder Bay on it, actually. They had Terrace Bay. That was the closest thing I could find. So now we have this whole system, and it's pilot. I've designed. This comes out of out of Lakehead, and I said, look, we need something that's very intuitive for these students because they have a lot of difficulty finding the things that they want, and so we designed this as a pilot. So it'll belong to the Northwest. It'll only have the Northwest information on it. All of the First Nations across the entire Northwest will be listed here, so that people can self-identify. The tribal councils will be listed here, like Matawa and over at Fort William. It'll have Cree, Ojibwe, or Ojibwe as language speakers. And behind all this, there's a whole bunch of metrics that we can now capitalize. And already, the system does that. So with Ryerson, they put in Ryerson, they said, okay, what's the language most frequently spoken at Ryerson? And it actually brings up all of the metrics on that. English, Punjabi, Arabic, whatever it is, it brings that metric up. What are the programs that they're most actively engaged in? Engineering, whatever. It tells you all of those pieces. Forestry, what's the age range? And where do they live? It'll tell you Mississauga, Etobicoke. So the metrics behind this are pretty incredible, and it's going to be very important for us as a university, certainly, but always also as a region to be able to see those metrics and understand better how we might better serve the Aboriginal population, what kinds of jobs are they looking for, what kinds of educational skill sets do they have, and how do we actually capitalize on that and help them get to where they want to go. So it's a pretty powerful system. It's very expensive. They told me about 500,000 will get you good, $1 million will get you better, and $1.5 million will get you the best. And I said, well, you know what, I don't have that kind of money, but let's take a look at it and let's see what we can do. So we're in the process with Ryerson University now of rounding up some resources for that. And as I said, I just came back from Ottawa to the Commission's work, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and had the opportunity to get into the ear of a lot of the MPs that were there. And I'm pretty shameless about that, I'll have you know. And just said, look, this is the system that we're doing, this is the resource that we need, this is what it's going to do. And of course, I didn't have anything to show them like I have for you, but they were all very interested in it. And they're having things like this develop, I'm sure, but the technology skills have gotten a lot better. Computers are a lot more intuitive than they were even 5 years ago. So we're going to have a system here that will do a lot of things for us. The trick is that we've got to get you on the system because it'll be the Northwest and its regions. And we'll work with the northern communities because we're already doing that to get a lot of those kids on, and we'll help them through the process because I know not everybody is very computer literate, but we're going to make sure. But most kids have computers today, as you know. They're a lot better at it than I am. I'm a bit of a techno peasant myself, but anyway, we're going to try it. So if you're interested, we have a booth at the back on the right. We have different information for you. Just to the end of May, they actually had a contest at Magnet. If you registered before the end of May, you could have won $10,000. So we've got lots of things about this system, and it's all young people that are running it. And as you know, young people are very energetic and ready to move ahead in a very positive and powerful way. And I'm right behind them. I'm ready to work with them. So I think that I'd like you to think about this. I'd like you to go have a look at it. It's plan.magnet.today and see what you think. Get inside of it and ask any questions. We're going to have another a full actual presentation on it in September, and by then I hope to have a lot of the resources in place and this thing up and running. The concept would be more than a concept, and we're working on it through this year. And of course, we're going to engage a lot of our young people on making sure it happens. So if you have any questions when we do the questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Please pick up a card, please get registered, and let's go.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Cynthia. I told her you got to squeeze it into under 10 minutes, and she goes. She's a firecracker, and it's one of the reasons why I love her. Cynthia, how many graduate level students do we have enrolled at Lakehead University that identify as being Aboriginal? If we can bring the house lights up.
Graduate students or just students?
Graduate level students. So they've already got their undergrad. What are we at?
Well, we have about 8,000 students at Lakehead totally. We have about anywhere from 1,100 to 1,200 Aboriginal students. Yolanda might know better. 70 graduate students in pretty much all faculties, right? Yeah.
So I've got an undergrad. These are some really smart people. 70 of those folks, if you're looking for people to help you run your companies and get solutions to some of the questions we're asking today, talk to Cynthia. She'll link you up. I think it's amazing that we have that number of students enrolled at Lakehead who identify as Aboriginal, graduate level studies. If you don't know Cynthia, Google her. She's one of the best assets for this community. Strong believer of that. Thank you for being here today, Cynthia.
Thank you.
David Paul, Executive Director of Matawa First Nation. We know it's a tribal council group. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what's happening at Matawa as it pertains to Aboriginal business and the good things that are going on at your organization?
Okay, thank you, Joe. First of all, I just want to acknowledge, Fort William First Nation, whose territory we are here today, and also want to thank the Creator for the good life that has provided me. Anyway, I just had a question to the crowd here. Who here has heard of the Ring of Fire? Yeah, not the Johnny Cash song or the Pacific Rim, but I mean, it's not something I'm not going to talk about today. I'll leave that to for another day. Well, I'm here to talk about the Matawa First Nation communities. We have 9 Matawa communities that are part of our tribal council, and 5 the communities are remote, and 4 are rural and are accessible by all-weather roads such as highways and that. Our population, total population is approximately 10,000, and a large percentage of our young people. Anything from 2/3 to I'm talking about people that are 30 years or younger. So that's what a large population that's going to be coming out or out there looking for jobs. But what I want to talk about is, certainly potentially there is a lot of opportunities for our First Nations, mainly in the economic development area. And when we look at the, there's talk about, the treaty, and just to let you know, 8 of our communities are part of Treaty Number 9, and goes from the Quebec border right to the Manitoba border, right up to Hudson Bay and Chase Bay. So you're talking about a large tract of territory that's undeveloped. A lot of our communities have never seen any kind of development, whether it's forestry, mining. They may have seen or have been impacted by hydro development. That's pretty well it. So when any mining company comes to our territories and talk about, we want to open up a chromite mine, here's how we're going to do it. Here's what your
the benefits are going to be. You know, we want you, First Nations, to come on side and work with us. And our chiefs have said, hold on here, you know. You cannot just come to our territory and give us what you want to do. And so what we do is our chiefs and councils have protocols. Protocols meaning how is a mining company going to engage our communities. And these protocols and usually entail, you know, our people, our First Nations have to be involved. Our people have to know exactly how that's going to impact them in terms of their livelihood, social aspects, and also how are they going to involve in terms of business and economic opportunities. You know, that's very important for us. So we do have a plan in terms of how we're going to, you know, have the take the say the positive impacts and also the negative impacts. I think what we're thinking about is the future. Our goal is to see in our communities 100% employment for those people that want to have jobs. 100% opportunities for people that want to start their own business. We want to see 100% anybody that needs housing, you can have it. We want to have clean water. We want to have community facilities that will accommodate our social, recreational health for our people. And it's not a, you know, unrealistic dream. It's something that can be achieved over a period of time. I mean, we don't expect this to happen immediately. Certainly we have to work hard at it. And we are doing that. As you know, when you look at the treaty, and what we're saying is we want to exercise our rights to what we believe is what our ancestors in 1905 committed to. When the Treaty Number 9 was signed in 1905, 1906, our people understood that as a sharing agreement, to share the lands, to share the opportunities. In return, we had some initial benefits, such as health, and also the what we hold sacred, the right to hunt and gather as free as we want in our lands. But we also want to see our rivers, our lands protected as well. I'm sure all of you, agree to that. But how do we go about doing that? I believe that we need to be there as equals as peoples of the land, and equals as might as well say whatever Canadian expects from any development. So certainly for ourselves, we are willing to sit down and negotiate an agreement that will see benefits for our people. But it's going to be hard, like everyone else. There are people that absolutely no development. But just you see what's happening in other parts of the world or parts of Canada. Tarzan would be a good example. They don't want to see that happening. But but they need to understand what are the impacts are going to be in terms of mining for whether it's bromine, whether it's nickel, or other minerals. So that's where we are right now, trying to make our people understand these are what's going to happen to your territory. But also looking at these are the positive impacts that are going to happen.
I'm on my way home.
You know, our people don't want handouts, you know, and welfare is, you know, the most ugliest thing, I call it. Some people may need it, but we have employable people in our communities that have to depend on welfare, and that's not good. So I believe if we work together as equals, and we share that dream that our people someday will benefit from these things. I'm sure they will. I'm definitely positive that we will. But it takes understanding, it takes a dialogue, and it's going to take a lot of initial investment in our communities to get that. Because if you want to come to my territory and invest in millions of dollars, then you better have a plan on how you're going to work with the community in terms of to improve their lives. We're not asking for for a mining company to pay the whole cost of putting in sewer water lines or etc. You know, that's a part of the roadmap that we're going to have to do. So with that, I just want to say that we welcome the opportunity, but the dialogue has to, this kind of consultation, the dialogue has to go to the communities. You're going to have to go directly to them. You know, not Matawa, not the Nishnawbe Aski Nation or other. You're going to have to go and make a commitment to take time to listen to the people that actually live in our lands. Listen to them, listen to their concerns. And once you build that relationship, I can tell you a lot of positive things will happen. You know, I can tell you that things will go more smoothly when you go and negotiate a development with our communities. Because that's where decisions are made. The people in our communities, they're the ones that will have the final say. Yes, we should have development. Yes, we want to have a business relationship with any mining company. And I promise you, I can guarantee you, if you work with the First Nation, work with their protocol that they have, you're going to be successful. But otherwise, nothing's going to happen. But I don't think I see a lot of positive developments that are happening in mining companies, and I see a lot of good intent there. But I know that you have to answer to your shareholders. I know your shareholders just want to invest in a company so that you can see their dollars go down the drain. That's why we're saying we're willing to work with you, and we can work together to make your have a successful business, and also have we can be successful as well as First Nations and communities. So with that, you guys.
Thank you, David. It's a pretty easy conversation to moderate when David answers to all the questions I just had. Thank you very much for those words. I have one question for you, David. You talked about development, partnering, and prosperity together, but you touched briefly on the treaties. A lot of people have this conception that First Nations are stopping development. They're against development, or they're somehow the roadblock to moving forward. What do you have to say to that? And I'm thinking back to the treaties and the spirit and the intent of the obligation to consult and accommodate.
Well, I believe if you've kept up with the developments that are happening, our leadership have said time and time again, we're not against any development. We see that it's going to happen eventually. Whether it's my generation or the next generation, my children now. But you got to understand that we are there. We've been living on that land for thousands of years. And we're going to continue to live there for another hundreds, thousands of years, And we want to benefit, same as anybody, from any development. We're not asking for any more or any less. That's just it, And so if you work with us in terms of, do your homework. Read up about the treaty number 9 particularly. But treaty number 9 is unique in that it was signed by the Canada and Ontario and the First Nations within treaty number 9. So with Ontario being there, it should be, personally I believe that it's no brainer that, the three parties got to come sit down together. So far we've engaged Ontario, or Ontario has engaged us. The federal government so far has not engaged our communities. Although they have contributed to some of the capacity building that needs to be done. But as a treaty partner, the government of Canada needs to come down and sit with us. They have to. Otherwise, there's, things are going to break down, If Canada is not a part of that, what is to say in the future? 10, 20, 30 years down the line, Canada can say, well, we were never a part of that. We're not going to agree to it, and we don't have, why should contribute, or why should we be a part of that process? Because we're going to just proceed as the way we've been doing. Enforcing our own laws and enforcing our own strategies and enforcing our own way of doing things. That's not going to happen. So Canada has to come to the table and work with us.
Excellent, thank you. Brian, NADF, they're a strong partner in the business community in Northwestern Ontario. How do you fit into the Aboriginal landscape?
We've been in existence since 1987. We were started off as an Aboriginal Capital Corporation. Since then, we've loaned out close to $32 million. Our average loan is about $55,000, and we do about $3 million approximately a year. We also do contracts for the government. For example, there are certain programs that they ask us to deliver on their behalf. For example, FedNor, and also Aboriginal Affairs Ontario, which they don't do, so they get us to do the loans and on the payroll. So that's, and also we do the events, the networking type of events that will bring people together to explore various business opportunities. And we also do, through some of the contracts we have with government, particularly FedNor, we do capacity building, developing an entrepreneurial culture. And that's basically how we fit into the landscape.
Excellent. When it comes to Aboriginal business, one of the biggest things that comes up is access to capital. I'm a business, I can go into a bank and get a loan, but sometimes resources are scarce for communities or businesses that want to engage the Aboriginal stakeholder. What is NNDF or Aboriginal financing? What does that look like, and how does it differ from traditional models of financing? What solutions are out there? I'm thinking of things like micro-lending.
Yes, we support our clients in a variety of ways. Some clients simply just don't have the equity to acquire the loan, so we support them through our non-repayable loan program. And it's quite active during the year. In fact, it's usually the first program that's accessed, then they go to the interest rate program. But that's available through our office, our organization. And the only requirement, of course, well, first of all, I'd like to say that a lot of our applicants cannot access traditional chartered bank financing. So we're in the business of high risk, where our support is usually towards small and medium-sized enterprises. And the business, at the very least, has to be owned 51% by the Aboriginal side. So that's those types of programs are available for our clients to access.
Excellent, thank you. Reminder, if you do have questions, come up and feel free to ask our panelists here. We're getting close to the end of the session. We've heard a lot from our folks that the good things they're doing. I have a question for Cynthia. In your role that you're dealing with young people and their development, and the question is how important is it that programming be culturally relevant, and how much of that is a determinant of success towards getting young people educated and out there in the workforce? Does Aboriginal education and workforce development, if I'm an employer, do I have to do anything different than the existing training I'm already doing with my employees?
Oh, well, those are two. So yes, culture is important to our students, not all of our students. I think that some students are pretty, they know exactly where they want to go in their education, and they go there. They don't even really come into the cultural center for any kind of even food. They're focused and they know what they want. We get a core group of about 300 that come into the center on a regular basis for companionship, to do studying, and also to get food. But and they're very interested in the cultural components of it, and we offer it because we want to support them in everything that they do. But on the other side of the equation, when it comes to the employers, and what do the employers have to do to ensure that they maintain students, it's the same conversation that we're having with our faculty. How do you get a faculty member to come in and stay in the university when they don't offer any kinds of supports or any kind of cultural respect, I guess would be really the word for it, is you do need to know something about the Aboriginal community. You do need to know something about the Aboriginal community in this particular region. I think employers should know something about the treaties that are here in this particular area. They should know some of the history of this particular territory. They should know the political figures in this territory. They should know the structures of those, of the governance systems that are in this territory. I think that that's a very important piece. And I would call that cultural intelligence. I don't think that cultural competence is a good word, because there's a lot of us that are culturally incompetent, even though we are from the culture. We don't necessarily all speak the language, or we don't necessarily all know, practice ceremony. So there's no expectation, I think, on my part that you know those kinds of things. I had an elder ask me at the University of Manitoba, she was quite concerned. She said, are you asking us to bring ceremony into the university system to make it culturally aware? And I said, no. What we're asking the university to do is to have a good sense of the history of this particular territory, teach the history from an Aboriginal perspective, and allow the faculty that are here to be Aboriginal faculty. I remember being in a very large university and being told, if you want to be successful here, you have to be like us. And I said, you got a lot of us running around here already. Why do you need me to be like you? And why invite Indigenous faculty or Indigenous employees into your corporation or your institutions if you want to change them into something else? Really, we bring a lot into the system. Our worldviews are very inclusive. We were the beginners of democracy. The Great Law, also incorporated women. We had a lot going on. We still have a lot going on, and I think if corporations actually embrace the idea that their worldview is not the only worldview, that their truth is not the only truth, I think we do a lot better in our society, because our people move towards harmony. You know, Canada was recognized as a leader on the world stage in peaceful negotiations for a long time for a very good reason. It's because the foundations of this entire country are Indigenous. And if you actually embrace that idea, you put down those barriers that we've created between us. I think we can work together very effectively. I walk in two worlds, and I have for many, most of my life. I have a great deal of respect for the allies that I've been managed to network through across the country with, and I have a great deal of respect for the Aboriginal community that I've had the honor and the privilege of working with very closely. I get your kids whether they're Aboriginal or non-Aboriginal. I think it's very important for you to understand that from my perspective, every student counts. And every student that we can, get through the system with the kind of supports they need and get them to you with a very powerful, positive mindset is a bonus and a benefit to you. It's also good for us because more students come to us because we offer them something that they can relate to. So we have mentorship programs at Lakehead. We have an Aboriginal mentorship program that goes out to high schools. It's based on the businesses that you have. It's engineering, business, science. We're adding forestry, and we're adding English to that. We're revamping our access program. So there's lots of things going on that I think you should come and see us for. And we're happy to talk to you about what you need as employers to get our students into your hands. And go on, Magnet, please.
Okay, I have a question. If we have non-Aboriginal companies that want to work with different Aboriginal, where do we go first? Especially if we're an SME in Thunder Bay, how do we approach? Who do we go see first?
Any of you want to take that one?
Thank you for question. Certainly, we have been approached by many companies, corporations that want to do business with Natal or our First Nation communities. I think number one, I would say, you should, as I mentioned before, you should approach our First Nation communities first. Approach if not the chief, contact the economic development officer in each communities. And there, I believe, if you, for example, in our tribal conflict, we have a quite extensive website, and we provide that contact information on it. But if you also want to contact Matawa directly, and if you're not too sure how to approach that, you can approach our office. We have an economic development advisor that's work with our communities. He has a network of economic development officers that are working quite with him. But I think what's lacking right now is we're quite aware of we are working on it in terms of how do we gauge working with companies that approach Matawa and our communities. So our chiefs have been looking at ways in terms of perhaps it could be a regional approach, having a regional economic development corporation. This regional development corporation would be mandated to look at developing partnerships with any potentially corporations that want to do business with our communities. And that's one area that we're looking at. Our communities are currently looking at preparing, long-term economic development strategies. So that those strategies will provide a roadmap, I guess, in terms of how our communities are going to take advantage of opportunities that are coming in within the mining sector. I mean, there's also other sectors that are becoming available. There's forestry is up and coming again, and it could also be energy and service, those areas. It's just, we're not just talking about mining here. There's a lot of opportunities. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but certainly, you know, and maybe if you don't know how to connect to communities, approach us, Matawa, and we will be glad to direct you to any community or any areas of your interest.
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. Our next session is out, so I'm going to final question here to our gentleman to the right, and then we'll wrap up.
Hi, guys. Hi, I represent a company that doesn't only want to do business with businesses, but also individuals from communities, Aboriginal communities. What would be the most effective marketing for us to get what we have to offer to the communities?
So, Brian, you obviously deal with a lot of individuals, entrepreneurs, so take that one.
Well, we give out, I shouldn't say give out, we provide a lot of loans to entrepreneurs. So we have a significant intelligence about who's out there that's an Aboriginal business, be 100% owned, 51% owned. So we have, if you're looking at marketing your product or service into the community, that's a different thing altogether. But if you're looking at marketing through a partnership with an existing Aboriginal business, that's another way to go as well, where you have a company that can assist you in that regard. There's a number of places that you can go to access that type of information. You can, for us, we have a directory on our website, Nishnawbe Aski Development Fund. We also have several events that we put on during the year that have great presentations that address that very issue. And a lot of those presentations are on our website as well. And but if you, in terms of looking at a product or a marketing product or service, that could be through Wallet Day. He's got his hand up. The guy with the helmet, just go and see him. And there may be other areas that you can go as well. But generally speaking, social media lately has done very well for a lot of companies, and finding out the right sites that you go to support your marketing efforts.
I'll also add the Thunder Bay Chamber of Commerce has wonderful networking opportunities, events, trade shows, a great opportunity to get out and get known and market your products. So come on out and say hello. And 75% of you are apparently not members, so call Charlotte and the team. I really want to thank our panelists here today. There's a wealth of knowledge sitting up here. If you have other questions, want to get that dialogue going further about some of the things we talked about, reach out to Cynthia and her team. They got a fabulous group there. Matawa, the team that's going on there, fantastic. And I can't say enough about Brian and the team at NADF with our experience in launching Apex. So we're going to take a couple minutes to take a short break, refresh ourselves, and we'll get back to the next sessions. Thank you. 2:40 will be starting. The emerging leaders will be in the room across the hall, Kensington, and the business of Aboriginal business will be here in Embassy. 2:40.
Kelly was talking about how I'm interested. It's just kind of how the creator made everything. Okay. So yeah.
There's a number of us actually. There are. Because I ran into Brandon. He's like, Ashley, I heard there's a great on leadership and everything's so awesome. Well, no. So yeah. Pat was actually emailing me the other day too. We don't want her to think that. But yeah, no, I got it. So you're still a star. So let me know. Well, I told her, I'm like, I have to ask them. Trust me, Kelly knows what I'm doing. I'm like, yeah. All of us trying to be on that board. How many people do you like? Like, we need 20, eh?
Yeah.
Good. That's your happy number? That would be your
idea. That's a great idea. Trying to get Thunder Bay. Gives them something to do. Heritage, gives them skill. And a way to make money from it. It feels good. It's rewarding. It's oh yeah. My son. I don't think they get this PR. Oh yeah. I'm trying to meet your brother. Oh, Willow. Oh my God. But earlier today they said 5,000. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, that's not. That creates a barrier to
2-minute warning, folks. If you can make your way to your seats, we're going to begin the sessions momentarily. In this room, the business of Aboriginal business. Lawyers, accountants, bankers, giving you the answers to how to build Aboriginal business partnerships. Getting into the nuts and bolts of putting into effect some of the things we're talking about today. Across the hall, we have emerging leaders. Learn from some of the up-and-coming Aboriginal minds and their thoughts about promoting and affecting change. 2-minute warning, so please make your way back to your seats. Make your way to your sessions. We're going to begin in 2 minutes. Sessions are starting in 30 seconds. At the back of the room, I know you can hear me. It's very difficult to hear the presenters when we're talking. So if you can please wrap up your conversation, make your way to your sessions. Emerging leaders next door, business of Aboriginal business in this room, followed by a wrap-up. Please keep the voices down in the back if you insist on talking, just because it's disruptive to the folks that are trying to listen to the panelists in this room. So 30 seconds, we're going to begin. Please make your way to your workshops.
Wow, what a good job. Such a great job, Joey. Oh, really hard. Oh.
Hello.
Good to have you home. We just need. Well, we got. It's going to be fun to work. No. Just listen to us. Okay, we can't run for election if we're but is he really to play in the band? Just as exactly. But another thing that Wayne was saying, it's time the seas were changing. And I guess they had this big station. And he says, there are only 3 people who can bring the
get started with the next session on business, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our moderator, Ted Davis. Ted will be moderating the session, and he's got 3 speakers with him, so I encourage everybody to sit down and get comfortable here. Ted is a certified general accountant, and in 1992 started his own professional practice in Thunder Bay. He's built a successful accounting and consulting practice and merged with BDO Canada in spring of 2008. Today he's a partner with BDO and Company LLP, works in the Thunder Bay office serving primarily small business clients. During his career, he's not only been involved in developing and implementing various business tax strategies, but also actively engaged in numerous mergers and acquisitions on behalf of his clients. His focus throughout his career has been on small to medium-sized businesses, which has required significant involvement in various operational matters. He's also been involved in a multitude of dispute resolution processes that have seen positive results due to the use of a collaborative approach, engaging the affected stakeholders. I'd like to welcome Ted Davis to the stand and to initiate this session. Thanks very much.
They have this a way back. I sure hope I don't fall off the back of this thing. Good afternoon. If you want to move closer, that would be great, because then we can see each other and answer questions and do what we're supposed to. And thank you, Nick, for the introduction. That kind of just tells me that simply I'm a bookkeeper that's lasted for a very long period of time. Joe recognized that, and so did the various members for the chamber. So fortunate enough, they surrounded me with some very talented people to help us go through our topic this afternoon. And I'm going to introduce them. The first one's probably the hardest working lawyer I've ever met. He specializes in corporate and commercial, labor, employment, and Aboriginal law. And he's helped many organizations dealing with travel agencies, mining and security organizations, alternative energy, and also not-for-profit structures. So Ted Scully is a partner at Erickson & Partners, and I'm honored to have him with me today. Ted, come on up. Sure, have a seat, yeah. Well, the next person I have the honor of introducing is a man that's been around for probably almost as long as I have. And if you were to Google great friend, excellent banker, this fella's name would pop up. Herb Zopel's been with the Royal Bank of Canada for the last 20 years. He's the regional director for Aboriginal markets that covers not only Thunder Bay, but covers Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and northwestern Ontario. Herb has been a friend and a strong supporter of the First Nation communities for as long as I can remember. Thanks for being here, Herb. Now, the last young fellow I have to help me through this afternoon is a guy that I have the good fortune of working with every day of my practicing life. He's the fellow that gets me into trouble every time I do something I'm not supposed to have. Jason Williams worked as an international tax advisor in the UK office of BDO from 2000 to 2012. Our Thunder Bay office was fortunate enough to lure him away from there so he could come back to family and friends. And now he works in our office as the tax advisor extraordinaire. And Jason Williams is a pleasure to work with every day and has skills beyond belief. Thank you, Jason. So this is probably the best part of the day. You get to sit and listen to what? Two accountants, one lawyer, and a banker. Nothing could be more exciting. Pretty sad. So I don't blame those people that want to kind of stay at the back and sneak out later on. I totally understand. The goal today for us is to engage the audience, which is yourselves, in a discussion regarding legal structures, county considerations, governance policies, and access to financing. So normally what happens, you get this kind of crowd together, is we all sit and all we do is talk. We don't listen, we typically just talk. And so today, we want to engage in a discussion. I certainly have a list of questions that I hope these folks will answer, but I encourage you that if you have a question, if you raise your hand, I'll call you forward, ask the question, and this will probably be the only time for a few of these folks to be forced to answer without sending you a bill. So it'll be a wonderful time. Now, we spent the whole day so far talking about partnerships with First Nations and non-Aboriginals, and you get this partnership concept, and you wonder what the magnitude of it really is. How big is it? What's the impact? If you looked at the NAN study says that the First Nation, their community, the NAN territory, contributes $52 million per year to the city of Thunder Bay. 52 million. If you looked at northwestern Ontario or their own particular region, this is just NAN, it's over $100 million. Commercial activity, not including what the consumers themselves are spending. So the magnitude of the economic impact of First Nations is dramatic. Now the interesting thing is really neat that you often hear people saying, well, this relationship, we have to build these relationships, and how long will we in this process of building relationships? Well, that's interesting as well. Building relationships with First Nation communities. If you were to take a look at the Treaty Number 3 says, as long as the grass continues to grow and the rivers flow. That's your timeline. And so it's pretty interesting. We're in this and we're building friendships, relationships, and structures that everybody succeeds, prospers, and grows. These fellas here are going to tell us how to do that. And so, Mr. Scully, right out of the gate, I'm going to put you on the hot sheet, and that's, we've talked about partnerships all day long, and so my question to you, what are these partnerships? What are the various ways we form partnerships between individuals and between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal businesses?
Okay, thanks, Ted. Essentially, there's several different ways that you can structure a deal between even individuals or organizations, be it First Nation and non-First Nation alike. They can be as simple as, for example, a joint venture agreement where you agree to pursue a particular activity, a corporation, but a corporation often doesn't work from a tax perspective, which Jason is going to actually address. And a very typical structure that I employ is a limited partnership. A limited partnership model actually is one that is effective in terms of a stable and separate legal entity, as well as giving a lot of tax advantages from a profit and potentially an employee side. And Jason, maybe you can jump in on that.
From a taxation perspective, I mean, we're really looking at two pieces of legislation, and the goal here is obviously to make sure that all of the profits, at least at the Aboriginal side of the venture, is not subject to tax. So that really comes down to either the Indian Act, which would be essentially accepted in the Indian Act, or the Income Tax Act. And for the Income Tax Act, we're really looking at the municipal body exemption. So that's effectively seeing a First Nation effectively as performing a function of government in Canada, like a municipality, and therefore should not be subject to tax on its activities. So when you start looking at the different structures, you look at a corporation, and a corporation is not exempt because of the Indian Act, because it's not an Indian or a band. Therefore, that doesn't work. You can get a municipal exemption, but it has to be on reserve, and that's why that generally pushes us towards the limited partnership structure. And those basically, partnerships from a tax perspective are just kind of a look through. So all of the profits that are allocated to the limited partners, which are generally going to be the First Nations, are seen as if the First Nation had undertaken that activity itself. And as long as it's a public body performing a function of government in Canada, then it should be exempt from taxation. And that's on reserve, off reserve, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that applies even if you're partnering with a non-First Nation entity, for example, and the non-First Nation entity could still be a limited partner in the partnership. It wouldn't have the advantages, the tax-saving advantages, unfortunately, but it would still work for both the First Nation and or their Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal partners. And I guess, Jason, you did touch on completely on-reserve corporation concept. which can work in certain locations?
Yeah, so the corporation can work, but unfortunately, for that to work, the corporation has to be owned 90% by a band or bands, and 90% of the activity, the profit-making activity, has to take place on reserve. So very limited. So if you have a First Nation that just wants to do a purely on reserve activity, just of their own, that they own completely, then it can work. But if you're looking at venturing with with third parties, presumably they're going to want more than 10% of this, and quite often they are a mixture of on and off reserve, and that's why corporations generally don't work, even though they're great from a liability perspective.
So, on another, if that's the organizational structures, we've seen many successes, and sadly enough, we've seen various failures. What's the key components? If I'm going to go into a partnership with a First Nations community or individual, what are the key components before I even open the doors or sell my first product or cut down my first tree? What are the key components to make that partnership and relationship successful?
Well, I think from all perspectives, the most important thing in any partnership, no matter what the actual legal structure is that you have communication between the parties. Because if you don't know how to communicate with each other and certainty of purpose as in what you want to do and what each partner wants to get out of it. Like if I'm the Aboriginal partner, what can I put into it? What do I want to get out of it? The non-First Nation entity, what do I want to get out of it? What do I put into it? And how do we communicate and how do we determine how we're going to move forward together? If you don't have those fundamentals in place, then you can be setting it up for possible failure.
Now, are those real documents? Are those understandings all laid out in documents like shareholder agreements, memorandums of understanding? How do we get there, and if they are?
Often what I will do is if parties come to me and they have a concept or an idea they want to pursue together, I will say, well, you may want to do one of two things. You may want to see if this is going to work and you can work together. So we put together a simple joint venture agreement where you're going to agree to pursue one particular thing. And then if you work together, like a contract, for example, to maybe to build something or road construction, whatever. And if you're going to work together and you're doing great, okay, then maybe that's sort of developed us further. Let's think about a partnership. But then before we develop all those definitive agreements, often a memorandum of understanding or a letter of intent to sort of set out, the fundamental principles that you're going to govern yourselves by, who the parties are going to be, and then put a time frame in where you're going to negotiate definitive agreements. And if you can't negotiate something definitive in this time frame, then you may, agree that you're going to go your separate ways.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions yet? Yes, sir. So if I can just repeat your question, make sure the rest of the people, if we could use this. But basically, if you're asking us for a First Nation person, how do they organize to take advantage of the... Yeah. So go ahead and repeat it, and then our...
Okay, so say for example, individual, like a lawyer, for example.
Yep.
I'm a lawyer, and I'm a First Nations person. But anyway, so if I wanted to set up my practice on reserve, but some of the work I do would be in the courts in Thunder Bay, for example, is there a way to structure a sole proprietorship in a way that would give me the advantage, tax advantage under Section 87 of the Indian Act?
Okay, I can start, Jason, you can jump into if you want. But I mean, if you're going to be working on reserve, and almost exclusively on reserve, just save and accept having to possibly go into Thunder Bay, for example, to go to court, and you're going to get the exemption. If you're registered, you're a status First Nation person, you're working on reserve, your work's on reserve. Anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're the amount of time that you're off reserve, you would see as kind of ancillary to your main function. I think you would argue quite strongly that the exemption should be available.
How about in the instance where an individual Aboriginal entrepreneur, say as a consultant, but they live on reserve and they have their headquarters on reserve, but they're all across the country. They're going into communities. So are there situations, like say if they're going on to another reserve, would they be able to claim that as the fees they get there as exempt from tax? And what about the instance of if they're not physically on reserve, or they're not physically working with a First Nation or another First Nation business?
Well, go ahead. Yeah, because I mean, this is all coming back to the famous Williams case that kind of has connecting factors, and that was the case that came out.
I think it was 1987.
Yeah, so 30 years ago. That kind of laid a foundation for kind of employment income specifically, but it also deals with solar fires and things like that. And what the courts will do is they'll look at all the connecting factors, right? So what is it that connects your work and what you're doing and your status to a reserve? It doesn't necessarily need to be the reserve where you live necessarily, or you have your home office. It can be any reserve. So if you're working on another reserve somewhere, that would count as on reserve time. But I think the courts have been pretty clear that on reserve does mean physically on reserve, not just working for the benefit of, say, somebody that's on reserve or for First Nations communities. They would really mean kind of boots on the ground in the reserve.
Perfect.
In the instance, sorry, just one more question is, if your First Nations person wants to set up a charity, would it be an advantage to that would be a non-for-profit, so that automatically tax exempt under the Income Tax Act, right? So, but employees, you hire people to do, to fundraise and to deliver programs that you're developing. So is there an advantage to having it on reserve, or does the Indian Act add any assistance for tax planning?
Yeah, I think that if you're going to have an employer that is going to employ Aboriginal people, then having it on reserve is probably, if you can do it, it makes sense from a commercial perspective, that probably helps. Because that'll always be one of the factors that CRA will look at when determining whether or not the individual employees are exempt from tax. So having an employer resident on reserve would be helpful, one of the helpful things to actually have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I want to pick on my buddy Ted just for a moment. No, I'm going to get heard later. I'm going to pick on you. Just one more thing. We talked about all these agreements, memorandums of understanding, shareholder agreements, and various discussions. But is it prudent at the beginning of the process to also discuss and quantify or solidify the exit strategy? What happens when the project or the venture ceases?
I think that's a really good question, Ted. I mean, a lot of times people think about going into business together and they think about all the wonderful advantages they're going to get and all these things that are going to happen, but they never want to think about, well, what if we, unfortunately don't like each other at the end of the day, and that happens, right? And then when you're putting together any type of agreement, if we're going to do a limited partnership, for example, we'll do a limited partnership agreement, a shareholder agreement. These things need to be really comprehensive, and a lot of times I'll hear people say, well, we don't want to spend the money or the time or whatever to go through all the different things we need to talk about or think about in the course of our working together. But it's those instances when you don't do that you run into problems. And in fact, and this isn't just a First Nations or issue, it's a shareholder issue where people have come to me many times where they're in business with someone, they're shareholders together, but they're not getting along. And this person's a minority shareholder, they just want to get rid of them, but they've never bothered the shareholder agreement, and there's no actual mechanism short of going to court to get rid of them. And that's not where you want to go, because that's just a big waste of everybody's money and time. So you need to think about mechanisms to disentangle yourself when you go forward, if you need to do that.
Perfect, thank you. So we've talked about organizations, we've talked about exit strategies and memorandums of understanding and shareholder agreements, and so I'm going to pick on Herb because he's being just ridiculously quiet. I've never seen him like that before. But Herb, what process, you as the banker or the potential lender, what process would you like to get involved in or be engaged?
I think obviously the earlier the better. Banks have guidelines. If financing is required, then there are a few steps that a bank requires, and if you don't know about it, it can throw a wrench in things later on and delay the whole process.
So the earlier the better.
Right.
And then in financing these joint ventures or limited partnerships or just regular partnerships, what's the major obstacle that you as a lender face?
Well, as a lender, we always look at, obviously, first repayment, how we're gonna get the money back. The main plan doesn't always work out, so we always have to have a secondary repayment source. In a normal business environment or an off-reserve business, we would take security. So on reserve, when it's a business that's on reserve, there's some limitations on what we can do as a bank. And so that's usually oftentimes the biggest obstacle in terms of what's our secondary takeout, you know, what's the worst case scenario takeout. Lending to First Nations themselves, because of usually the relationships we've developed, it's not as big of an issue because it's more cash flow based lending. But when it comes to small businesses, we usually have to have some sort of access to the reserve in the worst case scenario. So some sort of access to BCR, we get TED involved and basically giving permission for someone to enter the reserve to retrieve any assets that we may have financed. So we don't lend based on security. We never will lend a loan based on the security, even if it was cash. It's always got to be the primary repayment source that's identified first. What's the plan? How you plan to repay us? And then, but as often happens, things don't work out as planned, and so we tend to always have to think of, okay, what's the secondary source? In many cases, personal guarantees from an individual or other assets can be used, but in many cases that's not available, so we have to be able to sometimes go get what we're financing. In many cases, there's nothing there to finance on reserve in terms of specific assets, so it's a lot based off the original, deal and the character and so forth.
And the revenue streams, right, that you can use as security. Maybe you
That's
can
the
explain
main,
that, yeah.
the main source of repayment in most cases when we're lending to First Nations is the revenue stream itself, and where we're going to get repaid, and we'll do some sort of assignment of that revenue. We always leave, if we're talking to First Nations specifically, we leave it up to the First Nation to repay us and how they're going to repay us, but we like a plan, how they're planning to do that. And worst case scenario, if you don't, what can we grab onto?
Cool, great, thank you. Any questions out there that someone wants to raise? You wouldn't mind, you got the mic, perfect. Go ahead, please.
Right, I have two questions. One going back to the his question. I was just, I think you did touch on it a bit, but I was wondering, is it enough to be First Nations and doing business on First Nations to get tax exemption, not residing on reserve? And that's the first question. Can anyone offer a thought on that?
Yeah. Generally, that would probably be enough. I think the physical location of work is often seen to be one of the most important things. So if you're looking at an employees who work on reserve generally be, that time. So I think that would cross over if you're a sole proprietor, for example. If, you're working and you're earning your income on reserve, even if you're not living there or not living on a reserve, generally that should be enough to kind of get you over that hurdle.
And within that, is there triggers for levels of exemption? So like, let's say if you feel you work half the time, would you half your income be tax exempt, or is it all or nothing?
Yeah. It depends what we're talking about. If we're talking about employment income, CRA's put out guidelines that kind of say, if you fall within one of these 4 guidelines, that'll be 100%. And some of them say, like if you work more than 50% of the time, plus you reside on a reserve, then 100% is that. I've actually got a copy of the.
But does that apply to sole proprietorship?
No, it wouldn't. That wouldn't. So for sole proprietorship, I think proration would probably be fair, and I think CRA and the courts would probably accept that. So if you're saying 50-50 on reserve, off reserve, I think you should feel comfortable claiming that 50% of your income is exempt.
Second question is at the community level. I've had this theory that if a community were to establish a manufacturing entity on reserve for, let's say, licensed product like Nikon cameras, let's say, would there be potentially advantages to that as far as like tax breaks? Do you think? Like, would that be a selling point to establishing a manufacturing entity on reserve?
Labor cost.
I think that one of the issues would be, I mean, the tax exemption would be available, you know, at the community level or for the First Nation, but would that translate into being able to produce a cheaper product? I think that depends on your whole business model, right? Whether that's going to factor into it. What do you think? Any thoughts?
I mean, were you thinking that the First Nation would actually own this business, or that somebody else would actually own it?
Well, I mean, I know that there are some First Nations right now that are looking at, you know, putting in plants and stuff like that to actually, but again, they're still looking at their business modeling to see whether they can actually have some cost savings from that they can translate to the ultimate consumer. I think it's possible. It certainly is a factor, but other things have to be looked into in terms of like transportation costs, like, you know, where you're situated, are you close to like an artery or some way of manufacturing that's sending it out cost effectively too.
So maybe you guys can exchange business cards and then hammer it out.
Figure it out. But I mean, at a very simple level, if you could manufacture that product at the same cost as, say, another business in Canada, then I think, yes, you would have an advantage because you wouldn't have to pay the corporation tax on profit.
Thank you. Any other questions at this point? Do you want to grab the mic, please? Whoever had it last, if they could bring it over. Perfect, thank you.
Can you explain some of the differences in the joint venture agreement? Because I know there's different roles within that joint venture, like a general partner, a limited partner, and shareholders. And sometimes it kind of gets muddied up as who's responsible for what. And, you know, in terms of a liability perspective, who's taking on what and where. And I'm just kind of confused on sometimes of that structure and how it's all set up.
Sure. I'll let you take this one, but we've been dealing with these for years and we still get kind of confused.
Yeah,
they're not easy to understand.
When you get to limited partnerships, nobody ever understands them half the time, so it's a very good question. What you termed a joint venture is often a sort of a term that people use for almost getting into business of any kind of thing, but an actual joint venture is really done usually with a written agreement where there's no separate legal structure created with the two entities. They're sort of separate, but working together, you know, for one particular purpose. So liability-wise, there's no separate legal entity to hang the liability on. If something goes wrong, both joint venture partners can be on the hook for that. And again, those things are typically more of a temporary or a transient, like a one-off type of nature. And if you're going to get into something like a longer-term business venture together, then we're looking at what I call a limited partnership. And a limited partnership is essentially its own entity, but really a limited partnership only does things through its general partner. So the general partner is actually a for-profit, usually a for-profit corporation, which has shareholders, which would be the owners, and has directors that essentially make the decisions for the partnership. And then the limited partners themselves would be kind of limited partners, limited liability, but only to the extent that they don't participate directly in decision making. So that's the flow through the partnership. So essentially you've got the general partner corporation as hopefully your shield for liability purposes if something happened and the entity was sued. Does that make any sense?
A bit clearer.
It's not an easy structure to deal with, and a lot of people struggle with it, including banks, to struggle with, you know, where do the assets go? Like, what's the name that the bank account should be? Like, who's actually directing the work? And you know, they want, if they're a limited partner, like how many? If, for example, it's a First Nation is a limited partner, well, do you want chief and counsel sitting on the board of general partner? no, because that's not a good idea for liability purposes. So often you'll build a board that's, it could be community-based or a mixture of community and other people, but it's not representative of just the governance of the First Nation, because that's when you can get into trouble. Do you have anything to add to that, Jason?
Thank you. I'm going to pick on you two guys one more time. It's another question, I'm sorry.
Hector Dugal.
Oh, way back there.
Told you, Hector, no difficult questions.
I just wanted to ask your opinions on representative boards and the merits of versus professional boards and governance, and what your thoughts are.
Okay, so by representative, you mean, wait, don't walk away yet.
Yeah, we're not done.
Follow-up questions to your question. Representative meaning, are you talking about a community-based board, like First Nation, like a partnership where you'd have people from the community on the board versus?
Versus professionals, business professionals, lawyers, accountants, people who are professionals or subject matter experts in the venture area.
Well, from my experience, there's been a mixture of a lot of different things. I think when we do economic development partnerships, LPs for the First Nations themselves, we'll often have a representative board, but some communities like it to be very representative. We have one person for on reserve, one person for off reserve, and some people will put only community members on there, and yet they'll make sure they have advisors around them before they do anything. And some will actually put, they'll put a lawyer on the board or an accountant on the board or whatever. Not everybody wants to do that, and it's not necessarily always important that you have these people actually functioning as board members. I think if you have a board structure that's representative, but it's accountable in terms of how the people are appointed or elected, and there's policy developed and there's proper structure put in place in terms of the board development and how it's governed, you can still have an effective board without having to have a bunch of professional advisors sitting on that board. But that stated, though, if you're a single purpose type of entity, say you're going to be doing forestry work, well, if you can get somebody who's got expertise in the forest industry and maybe they're retired or whatever, and they're happy to sit on your board, that's never a bad thing. Does that answer your question?
Sort of.
Sort of. Is there more questions?
No, it explains a bit to me. I'm just I know in my experience, professional boards, in my opinion, are faster, business oriented, make decisions in the interest of the entity as opposed to the interest of the band per se.
That's true, and I think you have to balance, though, exactly what the purpose of the partnership is, or what the corporation is. I mean, how fast do you need to want to move in your particular community, or is the community to have a community that says, well, no, we don't make a decision until people all get involved in it, and maybe that's a slower process, but sometimes that's how that community operates, and that's the culture that has to be respected, right?
So it's kind of a balance between how the communities do things and the necessity to make timely business decisions.
That's exactly right, and you're never going to please everybody 100% of the time. You're always going to work in a way that some people are not going to like it necessarily, and I think that has to be balanced out. So that's really the answer. There isn't a perfect board structure. It's different in everything that you do.
Custom.
Yeah.
To the whatever venture you're
Often that has to be consideration, absolutely. Yeah. You're welcome.
Great, thanks. Herb, you've been away too quiet, so I'm going to come back to you just for a moment. You've been in the banking business for at least 20 years, doing many deals, big and small, sole proprietorship, joint ventures, limited partnerships, you've done them all. I guess my question is, what's been the major cause of business failure from a financial point of view?
Yeah, unfortunately there are business failures, and I would think oftentimes if a company's been around a long time, maybe they lose focus. They get away from what their original purpose in business is. That sometimes tends to cause issues, or usually comes down to management, lack thereof. But the whole keeping the books in order, keeping on top of the finances, not growing too fast. That's been an issue a few times where you're growing so fast that cash becomes an issue, and you run out of cash, so you can't keep going. If it's tied to maybe First Nation, sometimes politics gets involved, personal agendas, or you know, again, back to losing focus. Those are probably the top. I mean, if the business isn't making money, obviously is one, but those that are successful and then end up failing is usually one of those reasons.
And financial reporting, like staying on top of where your cash is, where it's coming from, where it's going to, what the future demands are, how you're going to have enough money to fund the next phase.
Exactly, and I used to be a band manager years ago out west, and that more, I mean, that one of the biggest problems in many of the First Nations these days is keeping on top of the you know, the finances. Many wait till you get the audit to see how you did last year, and that's a tough way to do operations. You need to keep on top of that every month.
We call that bayoneting the dead. When you always look retrospective as to what happened last year as opposed to looking forward. Probably in the sum, I guess what you're saying is you got to surround yourself with people that are good at what they do. Perfect.
I think it's important too that the organization keep looking at itself periodically to make sure that you as a board are functioning effectively, or are you really doing what you say you're going to be doing, or what you put in your documents, because lots of times you put something in writing and then you don't follow it. I had a call this week from a First Nation that said, oh my God, what do we do? Our active board just all quit. And they were in a big panic. And so again, that's again where, you know, a lot of thought needs to be put in when you start an organization, an active corporation, if it's that, as to how are we gonna work, how are we gonna function if the board's not there, if they resign or something happens to them, how do they get replaced? You know, these questions need to be thought about at the beginning, not at the end when everything breaks loose.
Good, thanks. We talked this morning about some communities have elections every 2 years, and we change chief and councils and those things that sometimes cause wrinkles. And I guess my question is to both Jason and Ted, and that's, what do you do, or how do you create an enterprise or business activity that clearly separates the function of the business from the politics of the community?
Well, there's a lot of things we can say about that, and Jason and I are both dealing with some particular situations, but in general, what I try to do, and every community is different, and again, I'm always racking my brain to think of the best ways to do it. You need to develop, if you're talking about a community-based corporation or limited partnership, again, it's the documentation, it's the thought process, okay, who's gonna sit on this board, how are they appointed, how are they elected, and more importantly, how did they get booted off if someone wants to vote them out, and that's something that people don't often want to think about. And when we look at community-based organizations, every community is different in terms of, okay, well, what do we do to make sure that this board, we say we have a 5-member board, election happens, there's new chief and council, and they don't like what the previous chief and council did, and they don't like what the active corporation is doing, so they're going to wipe it right out. Well, how do you stop that from happening? So then you think, okay, well, if you guys have a community meeting, how many people typically would come to a community meeting? How many are truly representative that would be there, that would actually fairly vote in a process, and not just say a small faction of the community shows up, and that's enough for quorum under the bylaws, so therefore we can take out the directors, we can do this, we can change everything. So those are some things you really have to think about when you're separating the politics from the business aspect of it as well. And then Jason, I think, can talk about the actual accounting issues that are involved in that as well too.
There's separation of politics and business, and quite often the tax side of things is intention with that, because to get tax exemption, the income really has to belong to the band in some way, however you do that. So, you know, chief and council representing the band have access to that money, and they can do what they want with it in some sense. So it's always difficult there. So we are trying to develop some things from a financial reporting perspective. I mean, everybody's obviously concerned about own source revenue. What is that going to mean in terms of clawbacks from government funding? So I think, you know, we're starting to now think through potential structures that could, you know, still achieve the tax exemption, but effectively try and keep the money out of the hands of chief and council as a band per se, and have the money diverted off to, say, new housing projects or other specified things within the community before it actually hits chief and council, you know, at a band level. And that kind of
So is it fair to say that if you do your planning at the outset, at the very start, that it is possible to separate business operations and business ventures from politics?
I think it can happen. I think it's difficult for it to be always 100% effective, but Jason and I have a mutual client now that wants to separate it the absolute most possible separation in terms of they don't even want anything from the businesses to show up in the audit at all. And that's, and Jason, you can speak to that obviously, but I don't think that's very easy to do, given that the First Nation is or the community is the ultimate owner of the businesses in question. They say, well, we want to be able to separate it totally so that the band's consolidated audit, there's nothing there. It doesn't ever show up because we're worried that Aboriginal Affairs is going to suddenly claw back our funding if they think we're making a bunch of money.
Okay.
So that's not easy, but we're trying to do that now.
But that brings an interest.
It's a work in progress, that's right.
Are there any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Since you're talking about the whole keeping the politics out of it, this question's a little bit related more to housing. I deal in housing on First Nations, and a lot of the communities are always wanting to get the housing out of the political ring. They want to set up a housing authority. So what would you recommend if they were setting up a housing authority? Is it a true separate entity? And then when they set up the board, from what I'm hearing, you wouldn't recommend that a councillor sit on the board, or would you?
Well, a lot of times housing authorities, like education authorities, they aren't really set up as a separate organization. Like they're sort of just like almost like a committee or something that's set up, right? So people say, well, we're a board and we're this and we're separate from chief of council, but you're not. Because really you're still subject, unfortunately, to the First Nations governance. So if you're going to do that and truly separate it out from the politics as much as you can, you would want to set up a separate actual legal entity to do that, like a nonprofit corporation. And I've seen those done as well too. But again, can a councillor sit on there? I don't think there's anything wrong with a councillor necessarily sitting on there, because you do have to have a liaison sometimes with what chief and council are doing, and from both ends you need to know what's happening, right? Otherwise, if there's a complete disconnect, that doesn't always work either, right? But I just don't recommend that you have like a majority of people that are elected officials sitting on that particular authority, because I think that you lose sight of what you're trying to achieve. Now that again is always community by community, because some people want that, right? And so again, I can't think of the number of times people have called me and said, well, we're a separate organization from chief and council, and I look at them and you're not. Okay, so the community now needs to really sit down and give this some serious thought. How do you want your on-reserve nonprofit entities to work? Do you want it always subject to governance, or do you want it completely separate? But then when it's completely separate, how do you appoint people to the board? What's the process? And again, if you want to make it completely transparent, then you go right to the community the whole time. And then if you're talking about a community that has a lot of officer members, then what do you do in terms of like almost like a referendum style vote, where you've got everybody gets a chance to appoint directors and everybody gets a chance to vote no matter where they are. So it's all over the map. There's lots of different ways of doing it.
Thank you.
I hope that helps.
Any other questions? Sir.
A bit of a question from this morning, and we talked about joint ventures, and I'm a hypothetical Thunder Bay business person and would like to set up a joint venture. How typically, and we're not trying to complicate this, but how long would that typically take on your experience? It's not 5 weeks, it's not 6 weeks, it's based on just a typical business arrangement, setting up a joint venture. How long would that process take from start to finish to get all the legalities, approvals, everything else go through?
If you're talking about a true joint venture in terms of not setting up a separate legal entity?
Yeah, so 51% First Nation, 49% somebody else.
Okay, those don't have to take a lot of time to do. What's the most important thing is when the parties come to me, they have to sort of clearly know what they want to do, right? Yeah. I've had people call me to say, we want to set up this joint venture, when do you want it? Well, we're starting on Friday, there's that too, right? But the agreements themselves don't have to be very, very long, but they do have to have a sufficient amount of detail. And the most important thing that I would recommend to anybody is sit down with your partner and talk about the fundamental issues. Okay, who's going to contribute what? Who's going to do what? More importantly, who's not going to do this and who's not going to do that. So when we sit down, you can clearly tell me what everybody's role is and when you're going to start. Exactly, geographic area is often very important, for example. Are you gonna have employees? Who's gonna take care of the employees? Who's gonna actually employ them? Because the joint venture can't directly employ them. So then who's gonna manage them? You know, those types of considerations as well too.
Okay.
So, I mean, in terms of timeframes, it can be done, if it's a simple joint venture, you can probably do it in a matter of a week. But if you've got a lot of complicated things that you need to set into place, including the communication structure and everything, it can take, you know, weeks to do that as well.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to piggyback on that question just for a moment.
That's all I know.
Yeah, no, you know way more than that. Yeah, sometimes, sadly enough, often in recent history, joint ventures haven't always met with resounding success. In a nutshell, what's been the reason for that? What's been the cause of failing joint ventures?
I think it's the business plan hasn't been thought about. Communication structure hasn't been. I keep saying communication, but honestly, it's the most important thing. The people that are appointed to do what they're supposed to do aren't clearly identified. There is a problem in terms of reporting if people haven't decided who's actually going to report to whom, who the employees work for, that kind of thing. But I think it's really a lack of a business plan.
Okay, thank you. Herb, I'm going to pick on you one more time before you get to go have a coffee and hang out with everybody. And that's, in your opinion, what's the major risk associated with entering into a business relationship with a First Nation community?
That's a tricky question.
It was designed that way, yeah.
Maybe it would probably maybe be the politics. You know, probably the, you know, every 2 years or whatever the band custom code is, but you may get a new group of chief council with a different idea or different direction, and so you may have to deal with that, but hopefully you're always keeping communication, back to what Ted said, communication all along, and keeping that focus or business plan and keeping integrity at all times.
Perfect.
And in fact, one particular that I'm having to deal with is people, and Herb is aware of this, where people have come to me and said, we're the directors of the corporation and we want Ms. Lowen to do this, right? So then I go and look at the ministry records, well, they're not the directors. And they don't know how they were taken off because the corporation was created, but no one had copies of the bylaws. It was not clearly thought out how directors are going to be appointed or elected. And then there was an election, there was a new chief of council, and the chief actually went to the person who incorporated it and changed the board and didn't tell anybody. So I'm actually having to deal with that now, but what I have to say to them is we need to get a meeting together with everybody, and we've got to figure out how this corporation is going to go forward and how the community is going to get these directors in before we can take anything any further. You know, so again, it's communication is really the key.
Okay, any questions? Again, perfect, yeah. You're getting like your money's worth today, buddy.
One of the things that I've researched in the past is a First Nation issuing bonds. And I know there's an organization called the First Nations Financial Management Board, Vancouver, and they assist First Nations in setting up financial systems in order for them to and they have a standardization, so they will certify them as financially ready to manage that sort of thing. And so I only think one band has ever done that, is issued bonds to raise for infrastructure. So do you see that, and anybody on the panel, as a viable way to raise money for infrastructure?
The First Nation Fiscal Statistical Management Act you're referring to, and the First Nation Finance Authority is the entity that's actually gaining the bonds. A First Nation can actually apply and go through that Financial Management Board qualification. So it is happening. I think they've issued one bond already It originally was started for those First Nations that can charge a tax basically out in BC. They've now developed it or expanded it on to be able to include own source revenue that the First Nation may have to lend against or to leverage. I think the first bond was last year, 100 million was issued. They had a rating given to them, and I think there was 15 First Nations included in that bond. They're trying to build up for the second issue. There's pros and cons to it. They do get long-term money, 25, 30 years for projects. The problem we see is these First Nations, and they're usually the larger First Nations and that have quite a bit of own source revenue and even in some cases the taxability. But the issue is they're getting this large chunk of money for whatever projects they may be doing, and then it kind of ties them up. And they've got a lot of debt on their books. I know it's a concern to Indian Affairs even, and it's still so new. We haven't seen anything come from it in terms of like any kind of failures. But the way the Finance Authority works is each First Nation that signs in is joint and several on that debt, that bond. So if one goes down, all of them are responsible on that. So that's I guess a con to it. Also, if you were say borrowing $10 million as a First Nation under it, I think it's a 10%. So $1 million of that goes into a fund that you have to pay for, but it sits there in case of those failures to bail out those that might fail down the road. So you're paying, although the rate may be smaller, you're extending it out a long time. First Nations are getting over leveraged, and it's kind of tying them up. You can borrow a lot more because you're going over a lot longer period of time, but 5 years from now, when you want to all of a sudden do something else, there's no more cash flow left to leverage or available to finance. You're kind of locked in, and so it'll be interesting to see what happens. Like you say, there's been a couple in Ontario that are signed up, 2 or 3 in Manitoba, but most of them are in BC. One out in the Maritimes that's on that group, one of the first ones, but it is they're treating it more like a municipality or a university or something, public sector. They're going 15, 20 years ago, that was the big thing in small towns and cities and universities going to the bond market. So now they're trying to get the First Nations doing the same thing. Again, the problem is you don't have that tax base usually. Unless you're one of those First Nations that can have a tax revenue, there is an end to what you can leverage. You can't increase taxes, or you can't increase your revenue stream really. So it's happening, but it's a slow process, and then those First Nations that are signing up have to be aware of the potential problems that you could run into.
See, Joe's lurking to my right, kind of waiting to get a hook on me. But I have one question I'd like to ask, just based on experience, and then if there's any more questions from the audience, we'll allow one more. One would be, in your experience, if the First Nation community has great success in its own source financing, have you ever seen a situation where the ongoing funding they receive from Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada negatively impacted? Have you seen that?
Hello there. I have not personally seen that, and I know there are some tribal councils out there that are actually working very diligently on economic development in the private sector for their First Nations as well, and involving individual First Nations. There obviously has been monies cut back, advisory services, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I haven't seen anything particularly tied into a First Nation being in business and actually earning profits.
Okay, thank you. And you, sir, have the honor of the last question.
This question is for Herb. As a lender, or lenders, if I provide a material product to a client on reserve, be it individual or business, can the lender go in and repossess it in case of a default loan or lease?
I guess again, that kind of goes back to the corporate structure in the first place, but if we've done maybe our due diligence up front and have potential access rights to that reserve, we could, you know, we have to have, we're not going to step on any toes. If the chief of council said you can't come on this reserve, hopefully we would have a band council resolution in the beginning that allows us access later on if worst case scenario happens. But so we have to have that first, obviously, and we've never had to do it, so we've never had any experience in having to go get something. But under the Indian Act, there are guidelines. Another Indian can go on and seize it, but as a bank, hopefully you've got, if it's a corporation, obviously there's not the guidelines because you're removed from the Indian Act, but if it's a proprietor or some joint venture, if we've got Ted doing his job in the first place, then there should technically be the right to go in and seize that.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, folks, that's it. They told me I have to stop, so thank you very much. Thank you for attending today's session. Thank you for your questions, and most of all, thanks to our very knowledgeable and excellent panel here. Thank you, gentlemen. You did a great job. Thank you.
The closing moments to All right, ladies and gentlemen, just some final thoughts for today. Folks at the back of the room, if you wanted to make your way closer, we'll get some final remarks. All in all, I think a pretty stellar day with some pretty important messages from Chief Louie and Byron McClare this morning. A lot of great takeaways for me in the sessions that I was a part of. One of the things that stuck out to me was Byron talked about the Facebook page and some of the negativity that's out there in the community. And Kateri from our session at the end of it also made mention of some of the really gruesome challenges that are out there that we need to face head on. And she made some telling comments that it was the ownership of those issues have to be not just Aboriginal people, non-Aboriginal people. It's got to be a whole community. As a collective, we have to look at those. We have to think hard about how we're going to address them head on, because it's all of our future at stake. With that being said, I want to thank a number of folks for making today possible. A lot of mention of me being chair of the board and maybe having some magic wand to make things like this happen, but it doesn't happen alone. A number of years ago, the board approached me about being chair and what unique perspective being an Aboriginal person can bring to that piece and what it results in. And today's a bit of a culmination of that movement that happened with the board years ago. But I'm not alone. There's a collective of great individuals that we have amazing dialogue around the board about these challenges, and the board has made it a priority by creating the Aboriginal Opportunities Committee and by making this event today possible. They said that we need to take the conversations out of the boardroom and get them out to the business community and start thinking about how we're going to change things. So the purpose of today was to make you aware of some of these issues, get the discussion going, and not stop. So I challenge all of you once again, take what you've learned today, ask the questions, go to the sources, contact the speakers, they're all local people, and start asking how we can change and be doing things a little different. Call up David Paul, call up Cynthia, call up Brian. How do we get this stuff done? The two Teds and Herb. A wealth of knowledge in terms of how we can move things forward. So I want to thank you all for coming. I do want to thank Charlotte and her team at the Chamber, but in particular, this day is not possible without the leadership from Nancy Milani and what she does for us at the Chamber with the event staff there. So I want to give a big shout out and a big round of applause to Nancy as she's making her way over here. A lot of organization and skills go into making these things possible, and she's nothing short of a genius of making that happen. Also the team at NADF, Denise, Brian, the rest of the staff that's helped along the way. You guys have been fantastic in helping us shape the agenda and making this a reality, so I want to thank our partners at NADF for helping us make this a success as well. And last but not least, the Aboriginal Opportunities Committee. It's a group of community leaders that get together at the Chamber from time to time. They advise the board on some of the issues we're talking about today. If there's any interest in the room of getting on board with that movement, contact the Chamber and be out there and see what's out there. The last piece I want to leave you with is, again, 75% of the folks here today are non-Chamber members. If you're not a Chamber member, call us up, tbchamber.ca. Find out what we do, get the dialogue going, get the conversations going. The message was clear that we need to do more of this. I see the board doing more of this as we move into the future. So I want to offer a sincere thank you for coming today, making today a huge success. Each and every one of you are partners in change, so thank you. Just before we wrap up, we had a lot of opportunity for dialogue and conversation, so I want to invite Brian up to give a few closing remarks. But once Brian's said his piece, if there's anybody in the room that has something that they want to share today that they got that got them thinking, that, or they have an idea, or you just want to offer something up as a constructive way forward, I'd invite you just to come up and take a moment to share what you think we need to do as a community to move forward. So, Brian, if you want to come up and give some final remarks, thank you.
I don't want to stand in between you and your beer, so I'll keep it short. And also, I too would like to thank everybody for participating. Great participation by all in presentations. I like that idea about hiding revenue. I got to learn more about that. I thought we were done with the Cayman Islands, but anyway, never mind. So. Where was I? Okay, so I'd like to thank Denise Hardy and also Brittany. Where are you? Lard for helping out. And with that, I just want to say thank you, and I hope to see you all back again next year. Thank you.
Any final thoughts or reflections from anybody they want to share? Sure, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey it's really a fantastic engagement activity. So I just wanted to, I know that Chief Louie was holding up the respect badge, but that's all a part of that campaign as well. So I just wanted to really say and commend the City of Thunder Bay for that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joyce Spence. I work for Muscle White Gold Corp as the First Nations HR specialist. And one of my job requirements is to go to the First Nations communities that are signatory and affiliates to Muscle White. And I just came from a session just across the hall, just about the young people and their goals and their achievements and where they are in life. And I think just sitting there, just hearing all these positive stories about our young people, I think in order for us to address the, I hate to use this word, but racism and discrimination, things that our young people are facing in the city of Thunder Bay, not only Thunder Bay, but right across the land. I think hearing these positive stories, going right out, and I used to work for National Aboriginal Health Organization in Ottawa, and we implemented a program called the National Aboriginal Role Model Program. And we highlighted successes of grassroots First Nations people in the communities and their little achievements. And I think that's what we need to hear more of, rather than, you know, that Facebook negative, stereotypical First Nations, the way Canada views First Nations as. And the more we get positive stories, not only for non-natives, but for our young people to go forth, to come out and further themselves in either in education or develop themselves as young entrepreneurs, or, you know, these young people are so advanced in their modern technology than we think. Our preschoolers, they work with iPads. You just leave it on your beside you. Next thing you know, they got games downloaded and they figure out patterns. Man, we got young people that are way beyond our comprehension, and we want to put them and we want to keep them there at bay rather than let them advance. So I think providing opportunities like this, you know, and getting the word out that I envision when I see these young people, telling their story, I envision them going into the schools here and telling their story about the videoing projects or being a lawyer, or I envision them going into the schools, not only speaking to our First Nations people, but to the majority of people in the schools and getting the story out. And I can just see the boost just coming, rising up, not only for myself, but for those that will listen. Thank you very much.
Bonjour. Even though the Kretish because my Christian name is Cindy Fisher. I'm from Thick River First Nation. And I just want to congratulate Joe. I think, and his father. It's very rare that we recognize our own, especially ones from our own community. And it's so important that we do that. We have to recognize our own. And I was telling Joe how proud I was of him. And Byron, you know, and all these people with division. And I worked in education for a good many years. And Joe is an accomplished musician. And that's how I got to know Joe. But I was also telling Joe that I love, even though he's passed on, and that's one thing that we have to understand, is that I love Alphonse. I love Joe's grandfather. It is unbelievable how much I love this man. And he was grounded in the earth because that's who he was. And his sense of humor was wicked. Oh my God, it was just unbelievably wicked. And I love all the things, the memories I have of him. And this one time, we were beginning to rediscover who we are as Nishnawbe. So Trent University used to have, and I think they still have it, a youth and elders conference. So we got all of our elders together and put them on a nice bus, not a little red, yellow school bus, but a nice tour bus, and off they went to this conference. And Alphonse and Camille, Angelique and Ruby, they were part of that delegation. So they went over there, and what they were talking about, they asked about if it was possible to walk in the Nishnawbe way and the Catholic way. Okay? And I guess the discussion over there, they were told, no, you can't. It's like trying to put your feet in two canoes. You will fall over and drown. And that didn't sit right with me. And that's one thing I let everybody know. When you hear something and it doesn't sit right, hang on to it for a little while. Because when you hang on to it, eventually the answer will come. But anyway, I thought about that. I was raised Christian, and I discovered who I was as Nishnawbe after. And it is true, I have my foot in one canoe, my foot in the other one, but it is this heart that ties those two canoes together. And that I congratulate Joe for going out and learning these new ways, learning all of this, for being strong in who he is as a Nishnawbe man, for being strong as a warrior. He truly has tied his canoes together. And for that, I am extremely grateful, because in our teachings again, the stronger Joe is, the stronger my grandchildren are going to be. The stronger I am, the stronger your grandchildren are going to be. The stronger your grandchildren are, the stronger we're going to be as a race. And it's also said that we are in the rainbow time. And in the rainbow time, we are transferring from the old age to the new age. And in that rainbow that we travel over, because that's how we're going to go over to this new way, every color of the rainbow must be present. If just one is missing, it's not going to be strong enough to carry all of us, not just the Nishnawbe. Okay? So there's so much things that we need to know. And we need to ground our young people in who they are as Nishnawbe. Because if we do that, this whole issue of racism, it won't matter. Okay? I just want to say this. Congratulations, Joe. And me wetch.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Beautiful words. I'm humbled and honored for you to speak that way of myself, my grandfather and my father, people that have influenced me along my life. But my story, Cindy talks of two canoes. I don't really know much more than any other average person, but I can say one of the things I did is I showed up at a chamber event. So Cindy, the success you mentioned is a result of all the people back at Pick River, the support you guys have given me from a community to be an Aboriginal person. But the business piece has really come from the people in this room that I meet with every other day at the chamber. And for that, I share that with you. That's the path forward, guys. That's how we move forward, so thank you.
Well, I don't know if I really need this. Can you hear me back there? My name's Huey. What a great day. You know, I saw this conference, I think it was in the newspaper a month ago, and I said to my daughter I work with, hey, let's go there. And it was really Chief Louie. You know, I heard about him 30 years ago. You know, my dad was living in Cologne, and he talked about Louie. And you know, I really hadn't done much with the Native people, but I was born here in Northwestern Ontario. And after that, I had the privilege of working in Pickle Lake 3 different times, and really getting to know the Native people. I've had a few different businesses that I bought and sold and worked with the Native people. And something Chief Louie said was that he was trying to be more of a business person. I think someone that's non-Aboriginal to be more of their Aboriginal. They need to have a different thinking when they approach their business. It has to be one that they need to step into the other person's shoes if they want to partner with them, and they have to understand where the Aboriginal person is coming from and where the Aboriginal person wants to go. Otherwise, they can't partner. How can you partner with someone if you don't understand them? You know, I remember being, I was in Big Trout Lake, I was there in to see the band, I was also in to see an individual member in Big Trout Lake. And the day I got there, he wasn't there. And when I went in, I said, "Where's Len?" I said, "Len's out of his cabin." "Where's? Out in the lake." I said, "Can we go?" "Sure." So off we went, 20 miles down the lake. Man, it's rough. Bang, 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 all the way down to Len's cabin. And I got down there, we sat there, had a cup of coffee, went out, did some fishing. At the end of the day, shook Len's hand, went back. We didn't talk about anything. We didn't need to. You know, we shared in the afternoon, went back, talked to Len later, wrote a few letters, talked to a couple. All the connections were made. It's amazing what you can say by not saying anything. You know, I've sat in a room, I've sat in band offices and meetings of which very little, yet a lot was said. Very little was said, but a lot was shared. So anyway, you know, I'm just really, really happy to work with my daughter. She went away to Trent to be a teacher. At the end of the first year, I said, "So, tell me about your program." She said, "Well, you know, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. And, you know, I'm in Aboriginal business studies." "Oh, that doesn't sound like a teacher." She says, "No, I want to be more like you." Oh. I agree, I think I was that much of what she, but I think what she is, she's just from Northwestern Ontario, and that she really wants to be a part of this community. So I'm just anxious as she, you know, makes her steps through life to see, you know, what that turns into, because I do believe it's going to be some kind of purpose. Anyway, great afternoon.
Rich, thank you. Once again, I want to thank everybody for coming. In closing, we're going to have our elder come back up. Elder Audrey DeRoy, thank you once again for closing us out with a prayer. And then we'll be followed by one of our speakers, Elena King, to leave us as we did starting the morning. So, Elder, do you want to? Elena will come up and speak first, and then we'll have the prayer by Elder Audrey. So thank you once again. Stick around. There is cash bars throughout, network, and we'll have our speaker and then our final prayer. Thank you again for coming.
Hello. I'd like to thank Nancy for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I'm so happy that it's kind of thinned out, the crowd here. So from a business perspective, you know, it's really great to hear all these initiatives and hear how people want to come together and work with Aboriginal businesses and First Nations communities. I am a grassroots person. I want to call myself a leader, but in the Picton, Windsor, and Blucher community, we're like a really small parcel of land. Almost feel like a chief working over there. But like most of the people there are low income, and you know, for a person like myself, having to have, you know, being an Aboriginal person, I've come out of my skin, I guess you could say. I've stepped away from that, but like not in the sense of it being bad, but being able to come and be a part of this as well and say, yes, I understand what these people are talking about. So in the Picton, Blucher, Windsor area, I did a deputation for the Junon street to be lowered from 50 to 40, and I went before City Council. So, as an Aboriginal person and being in a low-income area, a lot of people tend to make a lot of noise rather than going about it in an educational way or an informed way, like there's proper channels to go through. And so I went to City Council and I did a deputation. And from there, a lot of things have snowballed. Like we've had a lot of great successes in that community. And, just listening to all the things that have been said about, developing partnerships, having to do that. And from a grassroots level, I'm so thankful for even Mayor Hobbs, because he actually came and introduced himself to me while I was waiting for a taxi cab, while he was starting his campaign. And for me, as an Aboriginal person, that meant a whole lot to me to have this non-native man come and tell me that he was running for City Council, what he planned to do in the city of Thunder Bay with the Aboriginal people. And, that really, opened my eyes. Okay, was this guy going to do what he says he's going to do? His character, I questioned his character. And with that, he did what he said he was going to do the previous 4 years. And the things that we had done within the Lucher-Picton-Windsor area, he was a very strong supporter of. And, that helped to clear up things, and, the crime rates went down. Whenever we had events, there was always a high crime rate, but according to the crime mapping, there was less crime in that area. And, I'm thankful to be a part of this today. It's such a great honor to share the stage with that chief. I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names. But it's a great honor to be a part of this today, and even to, finish with the closing remarks. And so as business people, grassroots, whatever company, corporation you guys are working for, with Aboriginal people, for myself, integrity and character are two things that should never be compromised. And when you're going into an Aboriginal community to, work at that grassroots level, you have to take time to get to know and develop relationships with the people you want to work with. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you.
Is it on? Yeah. I don't like technology, but lots of you, I see that everybody seems to do really well with technology in this room, it seems. And I know technology helps a lot of our young people and the older folks that are in the room too. And I'm learning, and it's, when I look at technology, I think of The Rock. I think of our, where is he, Tony? He was talking about rocks earlier. So when I was coming back today, because I knew a little bit about what was happening here today and all the different networking that's happening with non-Native people and with the Native people, the Aboriginal organizations. And I know everybody is working for a common goal, for the betterment of our communities, of the people, to give our young people a chance to have employment, to have these wonderful opportunities. And it really does warm my heart, to see everybody out here today working together. So I give thanks for that. Chimigwich Shimanato. Chimigwich for this day. Chimigwich, creator of all things. Chimigwich for all our grandmothers and grandfathers that have come and sat with us here today to listen, our ancestors. Give thanks to all of our young people that are going to be our future. I give thanks to them too. I see so many amazing things today, and I I see all the wonderful opportunities for them. And I give thanks to all of the leaders that are in the room for guiding them, you know. And so, and all the wonderful words that I've heard so far in this room and in the other rooms too. I give thanks for all the knowledge that you carry and all the teachings that you are sharing. So Chimigwich and all those the brave people that came up to share their stories too today. That takes a lot of courage, so I give thanks. Chimigwich Creator, I'm going to close with this song. This song is a song for traveling, for a safe journey. And I pray that you all have a good time this evening. And I know there's a big reception going on after, so enjoy each other. All right, aha miigwech. Have a safe journey home, everyone, and I thank the ancestors for sitting with us today. Aha miigwech.
visit our vendors,